and there are many more resources out there that you can learn about. Being informed is a great way to minimize stress. Other ways of reducing caregiver stress include asking for clarification when you don't understand something. Find a local support group to learn more about options and resources. Fellow caregivers are a great source of support, information, and resources. Remember to give yourself credit for what you're doing. It's okay to periodically make a mistake. You learn from it. When you feel your stress levels rising, remember to step away from the situation for a few minutes. Take deep breaths to bring fresh oxygen into your bloodstream and to your brain, and then go back and take care of the matter at hand. Remember, caring for the caregiver is important too.
The project handed me a camera that allowed me to look at many things that were close to me in my environment, but that I had not carefully looked at. And in using that medium, I allowed a lot more influences to come into my life. I had the open door because I carried a camera and carried a recorder, and it made it easier for me to interact with other people than if I were to pursue them without the supervision of the project.
California's agriculture and environment are under attack, and the damage is very real. The damage by invasive pests. Learn about stopping their attack at hungrypests.com.
G'day, Troy McCubbin from North Hollywood. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
and welcome to the City Council meeting for Wednesday, the 17th of August, 2011. We're here in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. And we are pleased to see members of the public and some of our commissioner nominees and others who have joined us today. It's great that you made time in your day to be here, as well as those viewers on Channel 35 through the internet at lacity.org and also at our remote locations in Van Nuys City Hall and San Pedro. We do have a quorum, so Mr. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Englander, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 13 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, if I can ask the chambers to please come to order so we can begin our meeting. If we can go to the first order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Labange moves and Ms. Perry seconds without objection. Those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Okay, Mr. Alarcon moves and Mr. Englander seconds without objection.
Mr. President, items 1 through 16 are items noticed for public hearing. The Department of Building and Safety reports that items 2, 4, and 12 should be received and filed in as much as the liens have been paid.
Okay, let's go ahead then, and if those have already been paid, we will move those to be noted and filed. Any specials, colleagues, 1 through 16, and do we have any, I'm sorry, these are for items that hearings have been held or not yet? They're noticed for public hearings. So do we have any cards on these items?
Sir, we do. We have cards for item number 9.
Okay, we'll call that special for cards from the public. Mr. Weezer?
6 special for Koretz.
Okay. Other specials, colleagues? If not, we'll close the public hearings on the remaining items. Again, we'll be moving to receive and file items 2, 4, and 12. Item 16, Mr. Englander, requires a motion to public convenience of necessity. Do you move to approve or? Oh, it does in this one? Okay. Well, it does not on this one. Don't worry. So let's open the roll on the recommendations on the balance. Please open the roll. Oh, do we have another card? On which item? 16. On 16. Okay. We'll call that special then for cards. So that we have 1 through 5, 7 and 8, and 10 through 15. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 17 through 40 are items for which public hearings have been held. Committee reports for items 17, 18, 19, and 28 have been submitted and distributed for Council's consideration. Items 17 through 21 are commission appointments. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold the commission appointments on the desk. And that leaves 22 through 40. Mr. Parks?
Mr. President, pardon me. Relative to items 22 and 23, those are the BID ballot tabulations that were discussed yesterday in Council. I have to report that for item number 22 today, the Arts District Business Improvement District, that 69.62% of the ballots were cast supporting it, 30.38% were opposing it. Therefore, the tabulated value of the opposing ballots cast does not exceed the tabulated value of the supporting ballots cast. A majority protest is not found to exist, and the proposed establishment may be authorized by Council at this time.
Okay.
And, pardon me, relative to item 23, the Westchester Town Center BID, 83.89% of the ballots supported it, 16.11% opposed. Once again, the tabulated value of opposing ballots does not exceed the tabulated value of the supporting ballots cast. A majority protest is not found to exist, and the proposed establishments may be authorized by Council at this time.
Okay. We'll move those for both Mr. Rosendahl and Ms. Perry.
Can we move forward with it?
And Mr. Parks on the closed session or any other items?
Yes. I'd like to call special 24 and also ask that 28, 29 that we have in closed session for a briefing on the potential liabilities, not the discussion about the dollars for the outside counsel.
All right.
And then on 40, I have to be recused.
Okay, we'll call 40 special as well then for when we take that up. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, that we have 22 and 23, 25 through 27, and 30 through 39. If we can please open the roll on those items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 41 through 76 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
If there's no objection to consideration, those are before us. Do we have any cards on any of these, Mr. Clerk?
Only 56, sir.
You got 56. We will call special also for cards. We'll hold all the commissioners for their hearings.
Those would be items 41 through 49.
Okay. Any other specials, colleagues? Mr. Parks?
57 through 60 held on the desk so we can talk to city staff, and then also call special 75 and ask for that out of order because we have family and officers here.
Absolutely. Okay.
Mr. President, pardon the interruption. There is a recommendation from member to continue item 71 to September 27,
Okay.
as well as another recommendation to continue item 67 to September 7.
There's no objection to those two continuations. We'll do that for items 67 and 71. If we can take up the balance of the items that are left, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, those are approved. And
On the continuation agenda, item 77 is an item for which a public hearing has been held. The Transportation Committee submitted this item without recommendation. A motion is required. It is a commissioner, however. Would you like to hold it on the desk with the other commissioners?
Yes, please. Let's hold that on the desk as well with the other commissioners. Okay. We will take the reward motion item out of order for Mr. Parks, and then we will go through the commissioners, and then we'll come back for our general public comment and the items that have been called special. So, Mr. Parks, I'd like to recognize you first for item number 75 at the podium, and thank you to the members of the family and LAPD who are here today with us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, today we have a reward motion in behalf of the family. Victim is Jason Purvis Randall. We have Detective Garza here to give us an overview of the case. We also have our victim's mother and father, Joe Randall Sr., and Maxine McGinney, the mother, and also an aunt, Ms. Banks. And so let me ask Detective Garza to give us an overview of the case, and then we'd ask the family spokesperson to come up and make a personal plea to the public.
Good morning, everyone. I am Detective Refugio Garza. I work with Criminal Gang Homicide Division. I stand before you as a lead detective in the Randall, Jason Purvis Randall case. Unfortunately, this case has come to a dead end. Mr. Randall had left his residence at 7010 Hoover Avenue on the eve of August 7th of last year. He returned to his residence to meet back with his son and his girlfriend. He was confronted outside the apartment complex by several unknown males, and he was cold-heartedly shot multiple times. Unfortunately, like I say, the case has come to a dead end, and I ask you for this reward in the hopes that this will bring people forward. I have his father and his mother with me who would like to say some words. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jason Randall's mother. August the 7th of 2010 was the darkest day of my life. Jason was my baby. And for the life of me, I can't understand why someone would do that to him. Every day, I look at my baby's picture, and I also look at his son, who is now 3. He knows something is wrong, that he don't see his father anymore. But Jason wasn't that type of person for someone to do that to him. He wasn't a gangbanger. It's just that life will never be the same anymore. It just won't be the same anymore. And I know someone out there knows what happened to Jason. And I'm hoping that if you okay the reward, that would help for someone to just come forward and let us know what happened to Jason and why they did this to Jason. I love my son. My son had opportunities to do great things. We have portfolios of Jason from Head Start to high school graduation. And I just want the people that did this to come forward. Because Jason may not be the only person that they've done this to. And Jason may not be the last person that they'll do this to. They need to be stopped.
Mr. Randall, do you have any comments?
No, Councilman Parks. I think Ms. McGinney has said all that I need to say. We will never have closure in this matter. We just want justice, that's all. We need to know what happened to our son and why, and hopefully bring the perpetrator or perpetrators to justice. We're hoping that the City Council will consider our request to assist us so that we can have some kind of peace, if you will.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Detective Garza, could you give the public the phone number to reach you if they have any information?
Sure. And excuse me, I failed to introduce my partner, Detective Moon, is also assisting in this case, and we can be reached at 213-485-1383 or 485-1385.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, this case occurred on Saturday, August the 7th at 11:30 p.m. In the vicinity of 7000 South Hoover, and our victim, Jason Purvis Randall, and we asked for an aye vote to initiate this $50,000 reward.
Thank you, Mr. Parks, and thank you to the family, and our deepest condolences to you both. Let's open the roll on this reward motion, please. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That's approved. We're sending all items forthwith today, so we'll make sure that that is sent to the mayor for his signature right away. God bless you all. Mr. Cardenas.
We can reconsider item number 1, please.
Okay. We can please open the roll on reconsideration of item number 1. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, we'll put that in the queue as well, and we'll call that special for when we take up those items. We'll now turn to our commissioner nominees that are before us for reappointments and appointments. We'll start with item number 17. And Mr. Rabin, you've benefited from having an A last name for many years and being chosen first, but you also are number 17, which is the first of the commission. So please have a seat, and I'd like to recognize this came through our HCED committee, but why don't you let us know your desire to continue serving, and thank you for the service you've given us in so many ways, but in particular on the Industrial Development Authority Board of Directors. Go ahead.
I've been honored to serve in this capacity for the past 2 years. It's a little sad that we're not able to do as much as we could for the city's employment and its structural improvement in view of the economy. But I'm always an optimist, and I hope that things will get better. We'll be able to do what we're supposed to be doing on their behalf. And I thank you very much for the consideration.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Mr. Zine would like to add a few good words or to ask some questions. Mr. Zine?
Thank you, Mr. President. Judge Arabian, your distinguished career on the bench, coming from the California Supreme Court into this capacity, knowing the legal system, knowing the system creating jobs, opportunities, industrial relations, how can we improve the opportunities for jobs with this commission in the opportunities of Los Angeles?
If there was an easy answer to that one, I would give it to you, but the economy is what it is. Unless we kickstart what's happening, not only here but across the nation, we're going to suffer for a while. The housing market in California, I think they just said, went down 6%. So we're in for a ride. This next year is going to be tough.
Do you find that the city has the ability to help the commission with the activities that you're involved with?
Well, you know, I served on the First Commerce Bank for a decade. They were just bought out by somebody else, but I got to see the mechanics and the dynamics of loans and lending and need and so forth, and we're here to serve. But we need the money, and we need the people who need the money to come and borrow it. So that's the mechanics of it. Right now, it's slow.
Right now, it's not as the opportunities aren't there as we wish they would be.
None.
Basically, economic situation.
Exactly.
And this is your second reappointment to this commission?
This will be to a 3-year term. I served for 2.
Okay, thank you. And
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your commitment to the community and your time on the bench and the Armand Arabian Awards and all the wonderful things you do for the community. I know you're a Valley resident, constituent of the San Fernando Valley, so appreciate it. We try to get as many folks diversity as we can on the commission, so I appreciate your participation and what you've done, especially what you've done for the people of Los Angeles and for the state of California.
I love the Valley, but I'm very disturbed as a law enforcement person as to what's going on the streets, not only locally, but across the country. Something's got to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Judge, and thank you for your service. If there's no other speakers, we'll go ahead and take a vote on your reappointment. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations, and thank you very much for your service. We appreciate you. Absolutely. Why don't we take next together the appointment of 2 housing-related nominees. One is for the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles, Mr. Kamen, if you'd like to come forward, and Mr. Navarro from the Affordable Housing Commission. Is Mr. Navarro here as well? Okay. I'll recognize the chair of our Housing Community Economic Development Committee, Mr. Wesson.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Navarro, who is up for reappointment, had some pressing personal issues, and so he was unable to be at committee this morning, and he's unable to be with us today. But he had done such an exemplary job, the committee decided not to continue, but to at least recommend to all of you that he be reappointed. He's a good man, just like the one you just reappointed. And Mr. Kamen here has a very great background, an advocate 4 years, former CEO with Bet Zedek, and we had some series of questions that we asked him, so the committee supports his reappointment, and I really don't see a need unless people truly feel compelled to ask questions, since this is going to be a long day. If we could just move Mr. Kamen, and so I would request an aye vote, and then we move on to the next items.
Motion to this fine
Wait,
constituent.
Mr. Who?
Mr.
Oh, man, I made a mistake, man.
Mr. Holden came back?
Just making sure, Mr. Wesson, I owe you everything. I made a mistake.
The family...
Mr. Zine would like...
I failed.
What is it, the family...
That's okay, Mr. Zine. We'll correct the record for you.
Man.
I mean, Mr. LaBonge.
Ferraro.
Mr. Ferraro. If folks will indulge me from the chair, let me just say that I'm very proud of Mitch Kamen's work, and as a friend and a fellow social justice activist, he has been one of the great angels in the city, and somebody we're very lucky to have on our Housing Authority Commission, somebody whose background I think is here at the right time for this Housing Authority, which has such a huge impact on people's lives. So you certainly have my strongest support, and thank you for offering to serve. With that, we will take the vote and make this easy for you. We'll open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
There's a hearing in committee, sir. Next, we will have, and we approved also the Affordable Housing Commission on that as well, Mr. Navarro. Next, we will have item 20, excuse me, Ms. Noel Guzman, which is a reappointment to the South Valley Area Planning Commission. Is Ms. Guzman here? All right, why don't we hold that on the desk? Let's go then to item 21 and the reappointment to Ms. Reardon to the Animal Services Commission. Come on forward. Great to see you. And recognize Mr. Englander, our acting chair.
I don't know. Thank you for coming in once again. And for those of you, we know that Mrs. Reardon is not a stranger to these chambers or to the city of Los Angeles and has been an advocate for both humans and animals her entire life. And so I wanted to thank you and recognize you and appreciate all of your work and focus. Just to let you all know, and I know you're well aware, but Mrs. Reardon's efforts in animal care goes back a lifetime, and her involvement include the Crippled Children's Society as well as the Leakey Foundation, the Hastings Ranch Homeowners Association, Wildlife Way Station, New Leash on Life, where she's currently the vice president, Los Angeles Board of Animal Commissioners, this is a reappointment, and the Reardon Foundation. And her work is extensive, and her focus is unparalleled. And I just want to thank you for all your years of volunteerism, your civic engagement, and your true leadership in the San Fernando Valley and caring for humans and animals, and truly appreciate and want to give you an opportunity to share a few words as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Do I say anything?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, please, if you'd like to make a statement for the council about...
As always, I'm so honored to just serving this council, the city, the people, and of course the animals. So I was surprised I was actually thrilled to be reappointed, and hopefully I can continue to do the work I have a passion for. So now being in the valley for what now is 11 years. I get that we have a specific set of needs. I mean, this city is so diverse. So we are the horse country, the larger properties, the wildlife, and it's a blessing. But it certainly brings with it a specific set of needs. And of course, I'm not quite sure what else to say. To clarify, I'm presently not on any board, other animal-related board, just so that my votes can be clean. And but it was quite the honor to be working with New Leash on Life. They're a phenomenal group. So, and by the way, we're so thrilled to have you be our district leader. So, thank you so much.
Colleagues, I'd ask for an aye vote on this commission reappointment as well. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a number of members on the queue, starting with Mr. Rosendahl, and then Mr. Zine, Mr. Koretz, and Mr. Labange.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's always good to be with you, Kathy.
Thank you.
You have been a solid member of that board for many, many years, and you've contributed significantly to the welfare of the animals. When you look at another commissionship, what is your vision going forward? What are the issues right now that after all of this you feel still need to be focused on or addressed?
Well, we certainly, I would like to see us maximize our spay-neuter fund that we have and get the most bang for our buck and target the services where they're most needed. And it's one municipal code that's in place that we actually have the ability to help people comply, and I think it goes hand in hand with that code. So I'd like to focus some of my energies on seeing where that money's best being used. And we have education that certainly needs, you can legislate and enforce, and certainly we need to educate, and I'd like to see more humane education entering our schools in some way. I realize we're limited with our budget, but who else but the children to keep their parents in line? They're the best at it. And well, we have a few codes that, I think we're just sort of trying to comb through. We keep passing policies and passing codes and passing motions, and some things might need just sort of a looking over to see if we're to date. And there's this constant budgetary change, and how can we get the most out of what we're unfortunately what we're given. And I think that it's a passionate community, so sometimes it's just trying to hear the needs of the individuals and bring it forward and address it. So, but I would say mostly trying to get the spay-neuter services out there, the education out there, and certainly supporting our staff who does an incredible job at the existing shelters. And I guess it's trying to move forward.
Well, thank you again for stepping to the plate. You've contributed significantly in our great city, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Who's sitting next to you?
She's been with
Is that
us
your
around
attorney?
Around a year.
Is that
yeah,
your counsel?
She's my PR agent.
She's your PR agent.
She's my boss.
She's your boss.
We arm wrestle now and then.
Commission. Well, we saw Animal Service here yesterday and back again today.
I watched.
You were watching on TV?
Yes.
All right, well, now you're on TV.
I know.
They're watching you.
I know. I don't.
You've been with Animal Services, the Commissioner, for a long time. I know your love for animals and to make it work for the animal world here in the great city of the Angels. A question I have that came up in Public Safety Committee. We have policies, we have rules that we implement, and one of them is the fine when people don't comply with the rules. And it turns out that Animal Services, for whatever reason, thinks the fine is too high, so they just disregard and don't enforce. We need to make sure that the Commission carries out the responsibilities and the policies that we establish that are signed off by the mayor, and if you disagree, then they need to come back to us and say we need to modify this instead of just ignoring it, because the city has some financial difficulties, and more we look into it, we find out departments aren't complying with the existing policies because they just don't think they should. That's not the way it works, and it's incumbent upon the Commission to make sure, instead of the controller coming in and do an audit, that the Commission do an internal audit to say, are we enforcing the rules and regulations as mandated by the council, signed off by the mayor, or are we just setting our own rules and policies, which sadly, in that one particular instance, the Commission was not aware, to my knowledge, and the department just decided, hey, we're not going to enforce this and we're not going to collect the fines because it's too much. That's not acceptable. So I ask you as the Commissioner with that experience, when you go back to the Commission, maybe you folks do an internal audit to make sure that the department is enforcing the rules and regulations that are in place. And if they don't agree with them, then come back to the Committee, Public Safety, and say we need to modify this. We're more than receptive, but it really slaps the council and the policymakers in the face when the department just says we're just going to do what we want to do. Because we do these for a particular reason. We go through a lot of research to make sure it's done properly. And then when the department doesn't follow through, it really creates a huge economic issue as well as a lack of respect for what we're trying to do to make the city run smooth.
Could I?
Absolutely, you can respond.
Oh, thank you so much, and you're absolutely correct. And my understanding of what we've been experiencing in the last 10 years has been, and I agree with you. There is no. It's the way it's always been done. I totally agree. You don't go that route. We have had, audits with the canvassers and moving forward, and the issue has always been the $500 penalty. Now, the two things that I understand, and hopefully I have my information accurate as I've been trying to understand this issue for years, has been one, when it comes to our officers going out giving notice, we can't give the penalty right away. The code has a 45-day mandate. Upon notice, 45 days. Our operations and our officers, from my experience, my understanding, has been the encouragement to comply, not so much the desire to collect penalties. When we do collect penalties, or when we impose the penalty, it then goes to the city attorney, to the courts. And we've had and actually what I will do is ask for a report on how many citations, because I think it is a very important question and a very important information to have. But what I do understand about the citations that we have issued, it makes it to the court. At some point, I don't know if it's I think it's at the court level, at the court, it's tossed. So we go through the hoops that we're supposed to go through, and next thing, it's tossed. That's why we're bringing to you as well the administrative citations, so that, by the way, when it gets to the court, hopefully the city attorney can set me straight if I have this information wrong, but my understanding is when it goes to the court, we don't even get that money. That's the point of the administrative citations. We want the money.
Right.
I am glad to get new seats for the courthouse, but the city, with the work and the effort that we put in, that's why. And so to be in line with the administrative citations, I think that's why it was starting at a $250 level, then it goes up to $500. That was the point. Now, obviously we need to revisit that. But
there may be other sanctions, there may be other penalties, maybe other fines, other enforcement, and we want to give the officers the discretion to do what they believe is appropriate.
Absolutely.
We're not trying to set quotas. What we're trying to say is when we have a policy, we have a rule, they should follow it, and there's obviously extenuating circumstances on occasion where they don't want to do that, but there should be a justified reason instead of ignoring it because it just may not be the case. And I heard today on the radio they're going to increase the fine of people using a cell phone up to $300 and some, and the second one is $500, and I point on your driver's record. So they're getting serious in some aspects, but at the same time, when the policymakers set the rules, the department should be following those rules. And again, if they don't think it's right, come back to us. We can do a motion, we can then take it to committee, we can modify, but to just ignore it really doesn't serve a purpose, because when an audit comes up and the department's not doing this, not doing that, it's incumbent upon the commission to make sure that it's all done properly, and that way everybody's on the same level playing field.
And I agree too. The other issue that I've noticed just coming from feedback from our officers as well has been, I'd like to see what's happening. I know with the online first time, we can't do that yet, because while we have the electronic transmission of rabies certificate, we do not have at the state level the provision to allow us to do electronic transmittal of spay-neuter. Hopefully we can get that to happen so we can do first time online. And also I'd like to start seeing the horses get licensed. The horse people want to be counted. They actually want to license their horses. They want the city to know we're here. So I'd like to see that in action too. So, and I really appreciate the input we do get, because we definitely have to go back to the drawing board and revisit and see, what can we do to get this moving forward.
Well, you've done a great job as a commissioner. Totally support you, but just make sure, because you folks are the head of the department, and our general manager does answer to you, and she's doing the best job she can with all the limited resources.
Thank you very much, Mr.
But it's important they follow the rules, and I'm getting cut off by our council president, so I'm going to say thank you very much.
Over. So, Mr.
I approve your appointment.
Thank
you, Mr. President. Thank you
for your always articulate words. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Mr. Englander said most of what I want to say. I just want to thank you for your time and energy and passion and expertise that comes from a lifetime of working to protect animals. We're very lucky to have you on this commission. I'm not even sure we'd have an Animal Services Commission if it wasn't for you. So thank you for all your good work, and we look forward to working with you in the years to come to make this the most supportive city of animals in the entire country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. And Mr. Labange.
Number one, give our love to Richard Reardon. Let me give Richard Reardon a big hand. Her daddy, he did a great job as mayor. All right. We try a little. Tell him some people still love him, okay?
I do.
You got it. I love him. All right, good job. Here's the thing. Wildlife is all over. The Santa Monica Mountains, the rim of the valley, so important. How's your wildlife program in Animal Services? I know I see them from time to time. I'm trying to think of the officer, Greg Randall or whatever. He does a great job. How's that going? Do you get enough? Because there's a lot of wildlife now.
Yes, there are. It's one of the odd situations where education is everything. I know that sometimes education is thrown out there as just a fluff, as a way of avoiding doing something. But I've seen our officers, I've heard our officers going out into these communities that have a coyote interaction or bobcat, and they give them all, from raising the canopies of your hedges, securing the food that you throw out, do not feed. Our officers can issue citations if anybody feeds. A dangerous coyote is a coyote most likely that was fed, and so it's imperative that we issue citations to that regard, because that is what makes it not afraid.
Your officers help the rangers in Griffith Park with enforcement and signage. People would drive in their cars, park, and throw their food right out the window as if they were at a sideshow at a Long Beach Pike. And so that's a long time ago. I don't know if anybody remembers a Long Beach Pike. I'm going to get in trouble. I love Long Beach too, but it's like a sideshow, but they stopped that, which is real good. Wildlife is so important. The more we can support those officers as well as the others. And then as I mentioned earlier, just a reminder, for our variety of dog parks that are in our parks, just make sure everybody has a license. And for a variety of horses, as you said, they want to be counted. And they know that money goes back to the equine tax. Thank you, Ms. Reardon, for your service.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. That's the last speaker on the queue, so we'll take a vote on the reappointment. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you, as always, for your service. Appreciate your vote. Thank you, and appreciate the service. Ms. Perry, did you want to do introduction?
Let's see, where did Enrique go? Is Enrique? Oh, come on. Okay, let's everybody come on up here. Okay, come on. Yeah. I have a special privilege today. I have a group come stand up here. Take off your slices. We're going to do simultaneous translation. Okay, so we're ready to go. Everybody here? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today I have the privilege of welcoming some special guests who are visiting from the city of Caborca.
Muy buenos días a todos. Hoy tengo un privilegio muy especial de darle la bienvenida a unos invitados muy especiales. Ellos nos están visitando aquí de la ciudad de Caborca.
Located in the northwestern border region of the state of Sonora, Mexico.
Caborca está ubicada en la región noreste del de Caborca, del estado de Sonora, en México.
As you know, Sonora has a special place in our city's history.
Como todos sabemos, Sonora tiene un lugar muy especial en la historia de nuestra ciudad.
It was the first pobladores of Los Angeles made the journey north to settle at El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Ángeles de Porciúncula.
Ya que es el primer lugar donde los pobladores de Los Ángeles empezaron su recorrido para establecerse aquí en el norte, que llegó a ser el pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Ángeles de Porciúncula.
The delegation, headed by Mayor Dario Murillo Bolaños, is here to learn more about our environmental programs.
La delegación, encabezada por el alcalde Darío Murillo Bolaños, está aquí para aprender más acerca de nuestros programas ambientales,
as well as to share our mutual areas of interest and cooperation.
Tanto como para compartir nuestras áreas mutuas de interés y cooperación mutua.
Yesterday, they had the opportunity to tour the Sunshine Canyon landfill and the D.C. Tillman Water Reclamation Plant.
Ayer ellos tuvieron una oportunidad de tomar un tour del vertedero Sunshine Canyon y también de tomar un tour en la planta de tratamiento de agua D.C. Tillman.
Today, they will meet and visit with the commissioners from the Board of Public Works, the council members, and with the mayor.
El día de hoy ellos tendrán la oportunidad de reunirse y visitar a comisionados de la mesa directiva de obras públicas, con concejales y con el alcalde.
Now I would like to introduce the members of the delegation and then ask Mayor Dario Murillo Bolaños to say a few words.
Ahora me gustaría presentarles a los miembros de esta delegación y brevemente pedir al alcalde Darío Murillo Bolaños que diga unas breves palabras.
Ulises Bustamante Rodríguez, secretario particular. Carmen Yesenia Stewart Valenzuela, directora de Desarrollo y Fomento Económico. Diana Hoyos Flores, responsable de Promoción Económica. Rigoberto Rodríguez Ríos, director general de UMPAS, it's a very long title. Martín Tapia Salcido, Control Urbano y Ecología. Juan Francisco Jim Nogales, director general de MIP y MES, y Melesio Borges Valenzuela, un concejal. And I would like to present our friend and mayor, Mr. Dario Murillo Bolaños, and after the mayor speaks, then I will ask Enrique Saldivar, director of the Department of Public Works Bureau of Sanitation, to say a few words on behalf of the delegation.
Good morning, buenos días. Thank you very much. Gracias por la oportunidad que le dan a nuestra ciudad de Caborca.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity you're giving us to the city of Caborca.
Por compartir con ustedes, honorables miembros de este cabildo de la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
Thank you for allowing us to share with you, honorable members of this great city of Los Angeles.
Las metas que nos hemos propuesto como gobierno municipal de Caborca.
And thank you for letting us share with you the goals that we have set for our city in Caborca and for letting us share them with you.
Nuestro municipio está hoy en día en franco desarrollo turístico y económico.
Our municipality currently is in great development of tourism and economically.
Y por su posición geográfica y sus características sociales y económicas,
And due to its geographic location and its characteristics, social and economical characteristics,
les brinda a los inversionistas una firme plataforma de inversión.
it provides future and current investors a very sound platform for investment opportunities.
Ya sea en el giro industrial, turístico,
Be it in the industrial field
Comercial.
or tourism or commercial fields,
y agrícola.
and also agriculturally.
En Caborca contamos con una alta calidad de servicios públicos,
In Caborca, you can count on high quality of public social services,
un programa constante en el desarrollo en obras e infraestructura.
a very constant program in development infrastructure of the infrastructure and also of public works.
Pero sobre todo lo que nos distingue a los habitantes de nuestra ciudad
But most
es
of all, what sets us, the population of Caborca, and what sets us apart
la calidad humana de su gente.
the human quality of its people.
Como franja fronteriza tenemos la Garita Caborca,
As a border town, we have the border of Caborca,
punto estratégico de conectividad y posición clave para el acceso a este país de
It's a
Estados
very
Unidos.
strategic point of connectivity and a pathway to the United States,
Lo cual ha resultado clave para el acercamiento de inversionistas extranjeros
which has been
y de
key,
turistas.
which has been key for the visiting and the attraction of foreign investments and also of tourism.
Cuidar del medio ambiente es nuestro compromiso y nuestra prioridad.
Our priority and our commitment is to take care of the environment.
Para ello sentamos las bases a través de proyectos sustentables
Therefore, we have set the foundation for sustainable projects
para mejorar la calidad del agua y del aire.
to better the quality of air and our water.
Hoy aquí ante ustedes les digo con todo respeto,
Today, here, standing in front of you, with all due respect, I would like to share
Caborca y sus familias están listos para recibirlos.
that Caborca and its families and population is more than ready to welcome you to our town or city.
Como alcalde es un verdadero orgullo estar aquí en esta sesión de cabildo con todos ustedes.
As a mayor, it is a great honor and privilege to be here sharing and being present to this meeting of your city council
Y con su gran ciudad para presentarles proyectos y metas en busca de coincidencias.
and also for allowing us to visit your great city and giving the opportunity to present great goals and great plans that we have to share with you.
Hoy trabajamos de la mano con nuestro presidente Felipe Calderón y nuestro gobernador
Currently, we work hand in hand with our President Felipe Calderón and with our Governor,
Guillermo Padres Elías.
Mr. Guillermo Paez Elias.
El ejemplo de trabajo y los logros como una de las ciudades más modernas del mundo
The example in our labor force and also the example we set by being one of the most modern cities in our region,
de las más limpias e innovadoras en estrategias para cuidar el medio ambiente,
it's one of the cleanest and most innovative projects that we've started in order to take care of our environment.
es un aliciente para nosotros el estar aquí hoy.
This is great encouragement for us, the fact that we're given the opportunity, we're able to be here with you today.
A nombre del pueblo de Caborca agradezco a las autoridades de Los Ángeles, California, la venta de 3 camiones recolectores de residuos sólidos.
On behalf of Caborca, I would like to thank the City of Los Angeles for 3 recycling trash pickup trucks,
con los cuales atenderemos necesidades de este tema.
with which we're going to take care of the needs in reference to these subject matters.
En nuestro gobierno municipal estamos dejando huella y por eso queremos unirnos al ejemplo de la ciudad de Los Ángeles, California.
In our local municipality, we are leaving a positive print, and that's why we're very proud to be able to join the city of Los Angeles in these efforts.
Agradecemos a nombre del pueblo de Caborca al director de Sanidad, nuestro amigo Enrique Saldívar.
We also appreciate and thank, on behalf of Caborca, want to thank the Director of Sanitation Department, Mr. Enrique.
Gracias. Por hacer posible este encuentro tan importante para nuestra ciudad.
For being able to organize and be able to, and he helped us create this wonderful meeting.
Agradecemos a la cónsul Jen Perry.
We also want to thank Councilwoman Jan Perry.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Agradecemos, por supuesto, al mayor Antonio Villarraigosa por sus atenciones y lo felicitamos por todos sus logros.
Also, we would like to thank Mayor Antonio Villarraigosa. Thank him for welcoming us here and also congratulate him for all his achievements.
Y por último, le aprovecho este espacio para saludar a todas aquellas personas que vienen de otros países y especialmente de nuestro estado de Sonora y de Caborca a hacer una mejor vida a este gran país.
And also, lastly, I would like to send my greetings to all the immigrant people that come from other countries to this great nation, and especially to our countrymen from Caborca and Mexico who come to this wonderful country to make a better life.
Muchas gracias por sus atenciones.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Gracias, señor alcalde. Bienvenidos a Los Ángeles. Mi familia es de Sonora también, de Guaymas, Sonora. Mi abuela fue de Guaymas y su nombre fue Iberri. Hay una calle de Iberri en Guaymas y tengo mucho orgullo tener ustedes esta delegación y gracias por su presencia y gracias por la amistad entre nuestros países también. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to Mr. Saldivar for putting this delegation together for us and letting us meet these fine men and women. And I hope that you will all take a moment and join them, if you can, in the back room for un photo, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perry. We'll return to the commission appointments that we have. Ms. Noel Guzman is our next nominee. If you'd like to come forward for reappointment. And I'd like to recognize Mr. Huizar, the Vice Chair of our Plum Committee, to say a couple words on your reappointment to the South Valley Area Planning Commission. Thank you for your service, and thank you for willing to do it again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I believe we heard this item at our last Plum meeting. You would see through her background, she has a very impressive background that has added quite a bit to this Area Planning Commission. And Ms. Guzman, at this time, maybe you could just tell our council your interest in continuing to serve in this commission and anything else you would like to share with us at this point.
Just want to thank the council for this opportunity to serve the community through the South Valley Planning Commission, and I look forward to continuing to serve the community.
You currently work as a consultant for Bain & Company.
Yes.
And has been involved in various community activities. Council members, she has been a great asset to this commission and ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try and keep this to under 10 minutes if I can. That's just a joke because you keep cutting me off. You are a resident of the 3rd District.
Yes.
You are out there cleaning the community with your husband.
Yes.
And your little baby.
Yes.
And I know that your commitment to the community and an SC graduate is extreme, premier. You are what we look for in this community to help build a community and to inspire people. And what you have done with the Reseda neighborhood, the neighborhood council, with your husband, with all the activities that you've been involved in, and the grassroots efforts. I mean, I've seen you out there in the trenches, and what you do on the commission. doing good for the community to make sure it thrives. But as a young mom and as a businesswoman and just a member of the community, it's very, very proud to see you here in this capacity on this commission. But I know your love for the community, your love for getting things accomplished, and your husband with his wild personality, who has a great time out in that community making things happen. But you are integral parts of the neighborhood council and the commission. So I just wanted to acknowledge the wonderful things you've done, and still with that little baby that you're carrying around all the time, getting everything accomplished. So congratulations to you. I'm sure you'll be confirmed and continue on that wonderful mission. And as years progress, move into other activities in this great city, because you've got great talents and your experience, your education. And I keep on, because your husband keeps reminding me, she's an SC graduate, SC graduate, SC graduate. You've done extremely well. So best to you in the future.
Thank you, and thank you for all your help in the community, rolling up your sleeves and driving tractors on our beautification, shoveling mulch.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zion, and thank you again for your service. Let's go ahead and take a vote on the reappointment. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Well, Mr. Zion's support did not tank your nomination. Congratulations with that. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
If we can take out of order the next commission, number 49, which is our Fire Commissioner reappointment. Mr. Friedman, thank you for all you have done over the years as well. I'd like to recognize Mr. Englander, for the chair of our Public Safety Committee.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman, again, another, not a new face, not a stranger to these chambers. And I want to thank you and recognize your civic and religious philanthropic engagement over the years. It needs to be recognized and celebrated and congratulated. You've done so much, and if you're just looking at some of your past accomplishments, currently Commissioner on the Fire Commission, this is a reappointment, hearing officer, Los Angeles County Civil Service Commission, and a special advisor to Sheriff Baca. And I don't know what that entails, but I'm sure you've got some war stories if you're a special advisor to Sheriff Baca. Previous governmental accomplishments, not only on the police permit review panel, but also a charter reform commissioner. You were involved and a panel member on the city burglar alarm task force, and I believe that was during all of the hearings and controversy about billings and alarm fees and all the alarm companies, and you worked tirelessly through that process for us and on our behalf, and we truly appreciate that as well as being a blue ribbon panel member to Bring LA Home. Mr. LaBonge, Mr. Friedman attended Fairfax High School. You should be well aware of that, and I'm sure you already were and would have pointed that out to us. Mr. Koretz, a UCLA graduate as well, so I'm sure we've got your support there. But more importantly, your extensive work and effort on firefighters, the fire department, and making sure that we have our resources and focusing on maintaining our core services as our value of public service. I truly appreciate that, colleagues. I ask for your support, and I ask if you would share some words of wisdom, some of your focus as well, some of the things that you and I have talked about, and what you hope to do and focus on today with the fire department as a fire commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Rather than speaking specifically about your questions, I will answer questions that they're asked. I just want to tell you about myself so you should know who you're talking to. As far as Mr. President, members of council, I was born in communist Hungary. My parents are both Holocaust survivors. Incidentally, my father, who's 91 years old, is watching this on television, and many of you know my father personally, like Council President and many others. I came to Los Angeles as a 10-year-old child after the Hungarian Revolution in 1956. I completed my studies, both undergrad and grad, as an attorney at UCLA. I hope you're not going to hold that against me. I'm still married for the past 40 years to Judy. I have 4 children. My oldest is here. He's a rabbi. As of this moment, I have 14 grandchildren, but perhaps by the end of this session it will be 15. I would like to just add by saying that as an immigrant to the United States, I can tell you that the United States of America is the best country in the world. The city of Los Angeles is the best city in the world. I would like to say in Hebrew, it's a Gan Eden, a heaven on earth, thanks to the work that you as council persons are doing. I am a member of the Los Angeles Fire Commission for the last 6 years. I believe that our fire department is the best in the world. I'm looking forward to serving on the commission for another number of years, and I hope you will approve me. If you want to ask me specific questions about the fire department, I'm here to tell you. I just wanted to introduce Andrew Friedman to you. My son, who's Rabbi Chaim Friedman, with 7 children, is sitting next to me.
Let me say mazel tov to you in advance. And also, we've brought together not a quorum to vote for your reappointment today, but a minyan. And we're here to support you. And by the way, for those of you that don't know, Mr. Friedman also speaks Hungarian, Hebrew, German, and Yiddish. We've got to bring Yiddish back, I think. Not enough folks speak Yiddish anymore. But thank you very much. Colleagues, I ask for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Englander. A couple other council members would like to speak as well, starting with Mr. Zine.
All I can say is you are an example of what America's about and opportunities, and you see those opportunities. I know your family. I didn't know your son had 7 children, though, but I knew he was a rabbi, and the annual breakfast that you have at the temple every year, overcapacity crowd of people, you have given back to this community, Andrew, in so many ways. You serve as a great commissioner. You serve as a great representative of the community, so I think there's no opposition to you in confirmation for the Fire Commission, a very, very important commission, so I wish you well in that. You've been a good friend for many years from the time I was on a police motorcycle when we first met many, many years ago, so blessings to you and your wonderful family as you continue in this position as a commissioner and giving back to the people of Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Labange.
Very much. I'm proud Mr. Friedman had a great friendship with John Ferraro, the late great city council president. His engagement in community comes from his passion of helping all people. I'm proud that he's on the Fire Commission and look for your work. Maybe you give us an update now. I know there's some interviews going on, no personnel matters, but give us just a brief on the fire service transition right now.
As you know, the mayor will shortly be submitting a name for the new fire chief. Also, thanks to you, you have recently funded and approved funds for 8 new civil investigators to the Professional Standards Division, as well as 1 analyst. And that will be very, very important for the continuation of the disciplinary and as well as other matters in the fire department. I think that morale has to be improved, and in view of the fact that with the budget problem, many of the fire personnel, both civilian and sworn, their morale has to be improved, and I think it will be, and I am very, very confident that the mayor will appoint a proper new fire chief, and he will confirm a great new fire chief.
Thank you. I think the one thing, too, and members, I did put a motion in now in this new fiscal year to see how we could structure what would be additional funds for the fire service to restaff the 19, I believe, engine companies or task forces that have been altered. So we want to look to that effort there as we go through this fiscal year to find some. I know there has been a redesign, but there is always a gamble because every day there's less than 1,100 firefighters in our city from Chatsworth to San Pedro. And I know Mr. Friedman is there working in that effort to try to improve all of this.
The council may not be aware, and yesterday during the Fire Commission meeting, I actually asked the chief, even though we have these 19 companies and others right now not in operation, but in case there is an emergency, all the equipment which is not functional on a daily basis can be brought into service in case there is an emergency.
Got that. And I will close with this. So we're working with Mr. Friedman several years ago. Our city's history here in 1958. We started the first open houses in the whole city of Los Angeles, which was the first Saturday of the month every May. open houses. And with the diversity of Los Angeles, not often on Saturday in Station 58's area or Station 61 area, the community could visit. I saw a family like yours of 7 children in tow coming down 3rd Street, and they had great excitement and joy as they look at their fire engines, but their daddy was pulling them along the way because of the Sabbath and their commitment. So we worked together to get the open houses on that weekend in those neighborhoods on Sunday as well. So you're a beautiful man. Thank you. And you got a lovely wife. Give her our regards as well. Thanks to Judy.
Thank you, Tom.
Here, here. Mr. Koretz is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this is the first time I heard that we need a minion for confirmation of a commissioner, but I think in this case it would be appropriate since Mr. Friedman is one of the best respected leaders of the Jewish community, and it's an honor for me to call him my friend, and he's done an amazing job in various things in the community, most notably as president of Beis Naphtali congregation, and he's done an amazing job on the Fire Commission. We look forward to working with you in the years to come to continue to have LA City's fire department be the best in the country. So, thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, good morning. And thank you again for stepping up and serving the people. There's a couple of issues I'd like to give you some awareness of and sensitivity to. Fire Station 69 in the Palisades has lost an engine company in the restructuring to meet the budget needs. The folks in the Palisades are still very disturbed because an engine company is a backup to the hook and ladder when you have a structure fire. We know that to get to that area in the Palisades is problematic, especially with construction on the PCH, construction on the 405. It's a question of time. So one thing I'd like you to look at as you continue to provide great leadership is if an opportunity presents itself in a further restructuring to bring back that engine company. I can tell you the people in the Palisades ask me that every single day. On another subject for the mountain rims, as we all know, brush fires and potential fires are real. I really appreciate what the fire department is doing with a weather type station that would go up that would give us absolutely sensitive information at the most important critical times when things are red flag. And they're meeting with people in Mandeville Canyon and the Palisades, and the meetings are going well. And I can tell you that the folks in the mountainous areas there will support and raise the money to put one of those up. So what leadership you can provide my folks on that would be also greatly appreciated.
I was actually present in City Council when you brought some of these points up to the fire chief, and I understand that the chief is working on it.
Great. Well, thank you again for stepping up. Appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Andrew and Chaim. And I hope that everything goes well today. I'm sure that it will. Not only a minion, but hopefully soon. Congratulations and a mazel tov. Thank you for your service and for your friendship with my family and with the city of Los Angeles. You've just been a tremendous asset for all of us. We're very lucky to have you on the Fire Commission. With that, let's go ahead and take a vote on the reappointment of Mr. Friedman. Please open the roll, Madam Clerk. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Mazel tov.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. And good luck today. We'll next go to item 42, which is 41, which is the appointment of Mr. Nathan Hochman for the Ethics Commission. Yes, and we have a card which we'll take at the outset. Item number 41, John Walsh, if you'd like to come forward on this appointment, and then we will hear from council members.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org. There's a new post up today. As far as the Ethics Commission is concerned, it's my favorite commission because it fined the president, President Garcetti. Didn't fine him enough, but he fined, and the mayor of California, Villaraigosa, who's now become the mayor of the entire state. So I hope you do an excellent job on the Ethics Commission. And if you have any problems, just go to HollywoodHighlands.org. We're celebrating our 2.5-year anniversary, or email us at HollywoodDems@gmail.com. You can take the rest of your time.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have a really great nominee before us today, and I want to thank you for offering yourself up for service in a position that pays nothing but is one of the most important watchdogs and policy-making bodies that we have in the city. There's a lot of work actually going on right now around ethics and our campaign laws. Actually, we're taking up some of that later in this meeting. And so, colleagues, I just want to direct your attention. There was support from the committee for this nominee, but also this is a chance, we are going to have many moments of interaction with the Ethics Commission, but this is your chance because I know a lot of you have chimed in on some of those issues recently, whether it's updating our campaign finance laws, whether it's looking at how we do public financing, et cetera. This is the moment where we can interview the candidate. And we certainly did that in committee, heard not only the breadth of experience that the nominee has had both inside the private and public sectors of the law, which are extremely impressive, but also his commitment to public financing and hopefully the knowledge he'll bring to steer us through what's a very kind of tricky period with Supreme Court bringing down case law all the time that I know Mr. Rosendahl hates and a number of us dislike as well, that has eroded some of that ability to use public monies to counter the impact of special interest monies. So I would like to give Mr. Achman the opportunity to say anything as an opening statement and then really encourage the council, if you do have any of those questions, especially because these are things that will be going through the Ethics Commission, to even on a busy day ask those questions right now. But it is my strong recommendation to move forward with this nominee. So with that, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. There are three reasons why I hope I will be confirmed to serve on the LA City Ethics Commission. The first has to do with giving back. My father was an immigrant to the city over 60 years ago, and I have benefited greatly from the opportunities the city has been able to give me. So being able to give back and serve on this commission would be a tremendous opportunity for me. Second, I have spent over the last 20 years developing a skill set on both the public and the private sectors that I hope I can be able to put to great advantage in the City Ethics Commission. In particular, after clerking for a federal judge here in Los Angeles, I worked as a federal prosecutor in the government fraud and public corruption section. So I saw firsthand how these cases get put together, and more importantly, how one balances both the need for very strict prosecution for those who have transgressed the law, as well as making clear that the people who have not transgressed the law understand that they are on the other side of the line. I then spent several years on the private side representing people who were accused in part of ethics violations. So I have the sensitivity as to what an accusation in and of itself can do, and again, how best one perceives those lines and where those lines are. And then the third is I had the opportunity to work in Washington to run the tax division for the Department of Justice. Again, getting a sense as to how a big organization works and how the various components of it work as well. In my mind, the Ethics Commission needs to do several things. It needs to set forward very clear, unambiguous ethics rules so that everyone knows where the line is. This is as important for the people on the politicians' side of it as it is for the public, because the public has to be able to look at the system and believe it's fair, believe it's consistent, believe it's equitable, believe it's just. And only by setting forth as clear as you can the rules that everyone has to follow can we then expect the people to follow them correctly. So setting forth on the policy side and making sure those rules are clear. And again, we have the United States Supreme Court that likes to change the rules periodically. We put it in set what we think is a fair set of rules, and the Supreme Court differs with us. But again, responding clearly, consistently, and fairly to the law of the land is incumbent upon the Ethics Commission. And then once those rules are put in place, the people who violate them need to be held accountable for those violations. The reason that's important is that the Ethics Committee, in part, is out there to create a level playing field so that nobody can get an advantage, whether it's on the public side or the private side, by violating the ethics rules that others are complying with. So hopefully I will be able to, again, bring my skill set to the Ethics Commission to help establish those clear, unambiguous rules and then enforce them consistently, justly, and fairly.
Thank you. Open up to
Mr. Englander.
I just want to say what a breath of fresh air. In reviewing your resume and looking at folks that need to come to the Ethics Commission and looking at not just your background and experience, education, Stanford Law, Brown University, London School of Economics, Tokyo University. I mean, this is incredible. You're a superhuman being. But to bring clarity where we desperately need it. We have so many laws in ethics that are ambiguous, as you stated, that aren't crystal clear. I also wanted to point out not your efforts and help in the conviction of the Wesley Snipes case, which I thought was interesting, but your publications, and you've been extensive publications here. One that really kept me up at night was the Everything You Wanted to Know and How to Obtain a Prosecutorial Declination of a Federal Tax Case But Were Afraid to Ask was inspiring. And so I just wanted to say, no, and all kidding aside, you are exactly what we need on the Ethics Commission. We desperately need a voice of reason and somebody who can cut through a lot of the conflicting laws and get to the heart of the matter of what we're going to do to create a level playing field. So you've got my support, and I just wanted to say congratulations in advance, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
I just was wondering, when you said the non-ambiguous laws, I thought it was curious that we have Measure H on the agenda today, and there's a difference of opinion between the city attorney and the Ethics Commission on the interpretation of the law. And how do you rectify something like that? We're going to have to make a decision based on our best opinions, but so many of the laws in ethics are ambiguous, and one of the ways to clarify the ambiguities is to train people. First of all, we don't get hardly any training on ethics laws. And I would share with you that as members of the legislature, those of us who served in the legislature would get training every single year. It was required training. I think it was 4 hours long. And they would go through significant changes or incidences or events that had occurred that we should be aware of. And typically the issues were very ambiguous, that you wouldn't know unless you fell into that situation. So I'm encouraged by your comments, and I hope that you can bring more light to the subject, but in two ways, not just in terms of interpretations, because the interpretations get challenged also, but more importantly in terms of training and set the tone that would help guide us to make better decisions if necessary when it comes to ethics. Thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for your willingness to serve on this commission. Of all the commissioners that come before us, in my opinion, you're one of the better, most qualified to have served here, given your background, and you're coming at the right time, given all the activity in the courts, given our activity with recently passed initiatives, and I think your background and experience can be very, very helpful. I do want to underline something that with both you mentioned and Mr. Englander underlined, which was the ambiguity sometimes in the rules that we have. Hopefully, as you see that, as you are adjudicating cases before you, or you are promulgating new rules, if you see something we need to do, please work with the Commission, work with us, so that we could move forward and we could clarify some of those rules. When I worked at when I was on the school board, along with one of your soon-to-be colleagues, Ms. Cantor, who was a school board member with me at the time, we helped create the ethics office there, and sometimes rules that we thought were very simple and to follow and everybody would understand, we didn't realize that we also created some ambiguity in these rules, and so they just have to be corrected and ironed out as we move forward. But we would truly appreciate your view in asking us to clean up some of that as well. So thank you very much for your service.
Mr. Rosendahl, then Mr. Labonge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning.
I guess it was 2 weeks ago I took the 2-hour ethics test that is now a new law interpretation, and of course I learned new things. And the problem is it's so intricate and so complex that it's crazy. It has to be simplified so that an average person can understand what it is. We all hire lawyers to help us figure it out. We hire consultants. We do all this kind of thing. And we do it basically because it's so ambiguous and it's so confusing. And so whatever leadership you can provide on simplifying and streamlining so that an average person can figure it out, okay, I'd appreciate that. Secondly, I'd like your opinion of the Supreme Court's action, which my interpretation is it just says you can buy any politician you want, suspend all the rules. Corporate America, yes, it's all about buying a politician. That's what the Supreme Court did. I think they were completely irresponsible in their action. It was 5-4 vote, so there were 4 folks who felt like I did, that they overreached. They just opened up the floodgates, and they really destroyed the whole notion of campaign finance reform. And I'd just like to see how you integrate what they did in keeping with what we need to do here on the Ethics Commission, your interpretation, your appreciation, and how do we do the right thing and at the same time comply with the law?
Again, it's an excellent question, and unfortunately, until there's a Supreme Court that reverses this decision, we're set to live within this law, the law dealing with the Arizona statute that sort of deals with our matching grants program. I think that one of the proposals that the Executive Director, Heather Holt, who's with me here today, has set before this Council later is one attempt to deal with that matching grant proposal in our city's law in connection with and in compliance with the Supreme Court law. One of my big issues is disclosure. I think that the citizens are entitled to maximum disclosure, that once they have that type of information, they can make the decision on whether or not they want to support a particular politician or not, or whether or not they want to give that politician money or not. And knowing who supports that particular politician, I think in part is at the heart of what you hear in a lot of the various Supreme Court decisions. Maybe not the majority decision, but certainly in the other decisions concurring and dissenting, that it is about disclosure. So we'll have to see how that plays out in the future, and obviously this city will be dealing with immediately in the current election that we have coming up, and hopefully being able to figure out where our laws can maneuver within the context of the law of the land.
Thank you.
Mr. Labonge, followed by Mr.
Thank you for your service. I think the Ethics Commission should be on the 3rd floor, 2nd floor of City Hall. I think you should be here, instead of way up there, but that's another issue. The other thing, too, I wanted to mention is we get invited, and some of us are married or have partners or do that, but if we bring we can't bring our partner or whatever the deal is. Are you familiar with that?
Very smallly. It's certainly one of the issues that Ms. Holt has brought to my attention that we will be addressing should I get the opportunity to serve on the Ethics Commission.
Well, you're going to get the opportunity, I know that, but you're going to look at that. This is not a family business. We all love family, we support family, but we're often called out and around, or you run in and out of an event, and you may want to take your best friend, your wife, with you. Now, all I would just ask, and I know there's some state law to look at it, just say that let's notify the Ethics Commission if you go or something. If you want to know where I go, I'll tell you where I go, but it makes us not go. And we're here to represent the people, and we've all been many places. But it's important that we continue to, because the people do understand that it's important when a representative council person or a mayor or a city attorney or a controller or any other state office goes to. So I just wanted to put that on the table because I wanted to take my wife to an event this summer, but I got notification and I felt that it was something that was beyond what we could do as a family, so I kept her at home. And I was in the doghouse after I did that for that, so no. I wasn't. My wife's too good for me that way. I'm in the doghouse all the time. Anyway, thank you very much. Good luck.
Mr. Krikorian.
Went downhill.
I'm not sure if any commissioner can help you with that, Mr. Labange, but Mr. Hochman, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much for your willingness to serve. As a former ethics commissioner myself, I very much appreciate your willing to do this tremendously important work. And as Mr. Huizar said, I think you come with just impeccable qualifications to do this work. You said something very important, I think, a moment ago in response to Mr. Rosendahl when you talked about the importance of full disclosure and of transparency of money in politics so that voters in a democratic process can make the appropriate decisions. And I'd like to know how you, I 100% agree with you. I think that's the secret of campaign finance reform, is making sure that we have full disclosure. But how do you address the very clear need that we have for that in an environment when we have exceptionally restrictive direct contribution limits and completely unlimited and virtually anonymous independent expenditure campaigns that have essentially taken over city politics in this city and frankly many places throughout this country that have become dominated by the independent expenditure campaign, where you don't have the same kind of disclosure requirements, where you have committees that are given fuzzy sounding names that don't give voters any information at all about the source of those funds. How do you address that challenge of providing disclosure where it comes to independent expenditures? I have a lot of thoughts on that, and I'd love to have a chance to work closely with you in ensuring that. But if you have some initial thoughts, I'd like to hear them.
Certainly. And I would look very much forward to working with you as well as every city councilman on your thoughts for this very important issue, because it's not just an issue dealing with Los Angeles, obviously. It's an issue dealing with every municipality, state, and probably even the federal government on this issue of disclosure. The trick or the ability to do it is to work within the current laws of the land and see whether or not a municipal code working in connection with the FPPC can go ahead and require this additional disclosure without violating the First Amendment. I think parts of these have been not tested at the Supreme Court level. At least certainly the dissenting and concurring opinions in the recent Supreme Court decisions make it clear that there's certain open avenues on the disclosure side as opposed to certain limits on the contribution or campaign side. I would imagine that would be a hot issue for the Ethics Commission to deal with, to see if there are certain policies and procedures we can recommend to the City Council that can increase the disclosure without infringing with those First Amendment rights.
Let's do it.
Does your representative have any comments on this appointment? You have obviously a legal representation with you.
I would just like to say that we're delighted with the prospect of having Mr. Hochman join our team, and we look very forward to benefiting from his extensive experience in both prosecuting and defending state and federal laws and working with both the public and the private sectors. So we're very excited about his appointment.
And we're excited you as the executive director. You're doing a fine job.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, we're going to take the vote, colleagues. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next item, please.
Sir, yes, sir. I believe the following three commissioners are here coming from the Trade, Commerce, and Tourism Committee. That would be items 42, 43, and 44. Commissioners Smith, Matu, and Lee.
Please take the center table. Commissioners. Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, do you want to begin? We will begin with Mr. Mr. Rosendahl, we do have a couple cards, so why don't we do that first?
Great, sure.
And then we will 42, Arnold Sachs, John Walsh. 43, John Walsh. Those are the cards we have, Mr. Sachs and Mr. Walsh. Mr. Walsh begin, and then Mr. Sachs.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. 100,000 successful server requests a month for 2.5 years. In all due respect to you gentlemen, I have to ask this question. For all the children in the former Soviet socialist republics who are the victims of child porn. Someone sat right there and got a vote, and then the FBI raided that man's house, Al Abrams, President Al Abrams, and found kiddie porn on his, not the LAPD.
Wait, Mr. Walsh, stay on subject, please.
Do any of you, I'm asking the city council,
It's about
ask them
convention
whether
center.
they have any kiddie porn on their computers.
That's not appropriate.
Thank you. Oh, yes, it is.
Not appropriate. Mr. Sachs, you're done, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Sachs, is Mr. Sachs here? Go ahead, Mr. Sachs. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. I could have put a card in for all three of you, but I just focused on one. You know, the West Hall, according to the information that's come out because of the project that's going on there, opened in 1971. In January 20th, there was an article in the Daily Breeze that stated the convention center owes $440 million still to be paid on that hall. On Monday, June 20th, in the Daily Breeze, and that was mentioned by Jason Killian. On Monday, June 20th, Mr. Miller and Mr. Santana said the city now pays $48 million a year to pay off $485 million on the convention center. Over the weekend, there was a story in the LA Times regarding the Hall of Justice that the county is going to renovate for $439 million over 30 years. So after 40 years of paying bonds, you still owe $438 million. Now, there was a story on the 6th of August. General Manager Piora Abasi said that we'll get 100,000 square feet additional footage with the new buildings. But there was a story also last week that said the convention center is the largest convention center, larger than San Francisco and San Diego. So why aren't the conventions coming here? This story said AEG was formed in 1995. So for 24 years, basically, with the larger convention center, nothing's been done. And 15 years since, nothing's been done. Oh, Staples Center's been built. But do you have a need for any hotel rooms? I'm wondering, would that help draw some conventions? Now, the land that the stadium is going to be built on, that belongs to the convention center. According to news articles, AEG is going to lease that property. Who pays sales tax on that land? Does the leaser pay sales tax, or does the owner pay sales tax or property tax? Could you answer those
questions?
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Because the council doesn't seem to want to.
Mr. Sachs, you're done. Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. What I'd like you to do is just give my colleagues, since we had a nice discussion in committee, a little bit about your background and why you find this commission worthwhile. We'll start with you, Vivian.
Thank you, Council Member. I have a background in economic development, as well as I'm a resident of downtown, and so this is an exciting time to be able to serve the city of Los Angeles. I think this is a great potential new project for the convention center that will increase opportunities of economic investment into the city, and will also increase opportunities for our city to grow and really have a presence in the convention field. So with that, I'm really excited to be able to serve on this commission, to be able to oversee the financing of the expansion of the new West Hall, and to really be able to grow the city and make the city one of the best that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Khan Latu. My background is I originally started in the film industry. I've moved on to politics and recently into the nonprofit world. As Commissioner Lee said, it is a very exciting time to be on this commission. With the convention center getting this new hall, we as the commissioners on this authority are the ones who issue this bond, and we also oversee the construction and the whatnot. So as a citizen, I want to serve this city and we are the ones who watch over this for the citizens of Los Angeles. So I'm very proud to be a member of this commission, and I hope to serve for another 4 years.
My name is Donald Smith. I'm looking forward to serving again for 4 years on this commission and continuing my service to the city of Los Angeles. I started with the Board of Rights, then the Griffith Park Observatory, and then Commissioner of Cultural Affairs for the city of Los Angeles. I think this is, as I heard, a very exciting time to be on this commission, and I look forward to continuing to serve the city of Los Angeles, a city which I love very much.
Thank you, the three of you, for your opening statement. And as you alluded to the AEG business, we unanimously approved a memorandum of understanding a couple of weeks ago. I started as a skeptic, and now I'm hopeful that through the next 10 months, we'll be able to put a deal together that will do three major things. One, it will increase the convention center's capacity dramatically, move us from 15th in the nation to number 5. That kind of multiplier effect could increase hotels, 3 or 4 more hotels. We have 1,700 hotel rooms. We know we need 5,000 to 7,000 to effectively use 1 million square feet. Secondly, to have an event center, a stadium, and have an NFL team come to town, and also the fact that not only would there be 10 or 12 or 14 games, there'd be other activities in that arena, including an extension of the convention center with a roof on it to be an exhibit hall, and that could be a major plus also to the community. And then third, of course, would be the creation of temporary and long-term jobs, and with the most down economy that any of us know, that is something of great significance. The ultimate objective, though, over the next 10 months is to see that revenue sharing, profit sharing can become a reality for the city. We are exposed with an additional bond that has a $13.4 million annual interest on it that we hope is covered by cash flow coming from this early on, and that eventually we can retire our debt and truly make a huge profit overall for the region, for the city's coffers, as well as for AEG in its partnership with us. So my question to the three of you is, as you continue your role as an oversight committee, to focus specifically on those issues and give us updates as you feel necessary to help Ms. Perry and the other members of the committee that I'm part of, as well as all my colleagues here who make ultimate decisions as timetables come along. For instance, there'll be a timetable about an environmental impact report and what does that traffic mitigation issues need to deal. We'll obviously see a contract we expect of an NFL team, at least one, maybe even 2. And these steps are critical as we move forward in the process. And I'd just like one line from each of you of how you see yourself interacting on this whole AEG Memorandum of Understanding. We'll start with you, Mr. Smith.
Well, looking forward to the presentations that's given to us and looking at it with an open mind, trying to always keep the interest of the citizens of the city of Los Angeles before us.
Thank you. We were very fortunate to have the CLA's office come in and give us a presentation on the MOU. And I did have some questions about the sharing of revenues, especially on the parking element. And I will continue to be that skeptic along the way, making sure that the best interests of the convention center are held out in this deal.
And I definitely think communication is key. For us as a commission, communicating amongst ourselves with the different city departments, as well as with the other commissions that are helping oversee this project as well. So, I think we'll continue to ensure that all parties are notified, all parties are talking amongst each other, and that communication exists.
Great, thank you.
That is it. Colleagues, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations to you three. Mr. Clerk, next up.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 45.
Number 45. I think we have a card. No, we don't. 45. No, I don't. No cards on 45. Okay, number 45. Mr. LaBonge.
Great reappointment. The commissioner will help further push the library back to its systems of helping people 6 days a week, soon to be 7 at the branches, thanks to Propel. Commissioner, thank you for your service. I ask for an aye vote. If you'd like to express yourself, feel free.
It's a pleasure to serve on the commission. I have to say we have to thank you all for bringing Measure L and the people of Los Angeles for voting for it. It means that they care about libraries, and we're doing our best to make them accessible and safe for everyone.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations to you, Commissioner. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
That brings us to item 46.
Number 46. And number 46 is another commissioner?
Correct, sir. That's the reappointment of Mr. Bernardo Silva to the Board of Zoo Commissioners.
Good afternoon, or good morning. Almost afternoon. Mr. LaBonge? Chair of Arts.
Yeah, this is a great commissioner who's helped us at the zoo. He's a committed soul. A lot of history involved with Mr. Silva and all this work. And I ask for an aye vote. And I appreciate you coming last week to express yourself about the partnership that's a necessity for us to move forward in new designs of our public-private partnerships, public-community partnerships, relationships to help expand the zoo. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Commissioner.
I had the opportunity to address most of you last week, so I don't want to beat the proverbial dead horse or flog it. But again, I mean, the fiscal crisis faced by the zoo is very real, and the vote that you took last week, I think, is a step in the right direction. That said, I do welcome any additional analyses on this dual sort of track investigation by issues raised by the employees. But at the end of the day, we have to pick the choice that works the best for the zoo and preserves the zoo as the cultural and civic institution that it is to our city. So I'd hope that you keep that in mind as you look at all the various alternatives.
Great, thank you. And no one's on the queue to speak, so with that, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations to you, Commissioner. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
That brings us to item 47. That is the reappointment of Ms. Josephine Ramirez to the Cultural Affairs Commission.
And we do have a card on number 47, and that is John Walsh, number 47. Mr. Walsh passes. Mr. LaBonge.
This is a great commissioner, as they all have been. Originally served with then Commissioner Cardenas on the El Pueblo Commission. Josephine Ramirez has a long history, a great educational background, and great passion as an individual. I ask for an aye vote because she is the one constant stability that Cultural Affairs needs as it moves forward again as we develop these partnerships. And I vote for Josephine Ramirez.
Any comments, Commissioner? Or do you say, I do?
I do.
Okay, very well. With that, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote. Well,
13
excuse
ayes.
me, Mr. Koretz, you have something to say.
Actually, I just had a question as long as I happen to have you here. One of my pet peeves is how much we waste in city government, and I tend to get boxes from your department of things for this Cultural Heritage Month and that Cultural Heritage Month and a bunch of things that could be online, and we might put a brochure or two out on our coffee table in the waiting area and a couple other places, and we recycle tons of color copied nicely printed stuff. Is there any reason why we're still doing that and we can't put that online and produce much smaller amounts for offices and save some money?
I think it's an excellent point, and it is duly noted.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Very well. We have taken that vote. Congratulations, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Item 48, that is the reappointment of Mr. Jerry Bardwell to the Los Angeles City Employees Retirement Systems Board.
A very, very important. Mr. Parks? On this commissioner, reappointment.
Much, Mr. President. I was dozing there.
No, you weren't dozing. You were just meditating.
No, I would recommend strongly Mr. Bardwell to be our commissioner. As you know, in the pension systems that we have, it's very critical that people have the necessary tools and background. And one of the things I think would be important for the council is just give us a brief thumbnail of your background and how it fits into that whole oversight capacity.
I suppose the thing that is most relevant to the council is that I served as a general manager of the retirement systems for about 8 years, and prior to that I was the investment officer for both for the Fire and Police Pension Department, and prior to that appointment I was the cash management officer for the City Treasurer's Office.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think that was, in your last time you were here, those kind of credentials are the type of things that I think warranted our support, and I'd ask for an aye vote to reappoint him to this commission.
All right. Thank you. Any comments, Commissioner, before we take the vote?
Just to say that I've served on the commission for about 1.5 years. I'm interested in doing so because these are challenging times for retirement system, and I'd very much appreciate the opportunity to serve in the future.
Is the investment better in gold or dollars?
Not today.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll take the vote. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Next, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 77. That is the appointment of Ms. Maria Armudian to the Board of Taxi Cab Commissioners. It was submitted from the Transportation Committee without recommendation. A motion is required.
Very well. Mr. Rosendahl, number 47 on this commissioner.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning still. 5 more minutes to go. And you will tell us a little bit about your background. I know you served distinguishedly as a commissioner, and the mayor's asked you to come on the Taxi Cab Commission. I'd like to get an understanding of your background, your last commission, and your vision of what you can do on this commission.
Okay, well, background. Well, I am I'm a new author. I'm a PhD candidate, and I'm a radio host right now over at one of the public radio stations, and have worked in government for about 15 years now, I guess. A lot on environmental issues and a lot on various other kinds of economic issues and government oversight. 5 of those years were in the Environmental Affairs Commission as a trying to actually marry the issues of the environment with transportation in a lot of ways. So that would lead me over to talk about a little of what I am hoping to see with the taxi cabs. One is I'm very encouraged and want to support the further greening of the taxi cabs, which I'm quite excited that we're moving forward on already. And second thing is I'm very encouraged and excited about accessibility and ensuring that disabled people are going to be able to get transportation as fast and as easy as others are. And I understand there's a whole lot of additional issues that need some serious analysis that I'm looking forward to looking at. I'm not going to profess to be an expert on them yet. I'm just getting started. But I'll tell you one of the key issues, Los Angeles, one of its biggest problems is its transportation system and the clogged freeways. Nobody's going to disagree about that. If we could connect the taxi cab system with the transit system, boy, would that make a huge difference. So that's just in brief what I'm thinking.
Great. Thank you for that.
Mr. Alarcon, followed by Mr. Krikorian.
Mr. Alarcon, you can't ask me anything.
Well, with that, you're out of order. We love that out of order, Mr. Alarcon.
I've known this guy for like almost 20 years.
I was going to vote for this commission appointment. Maria was a member of my staff when I served in the state Senate and did an incredible job under Scott Wildman on the audit committee. And I don't know how that will benefit her on the taxi cab commission, but I can tell you that she is somebody who absolutely believes in shedding a bright light on government and making sure that they're acting in the right way. And so Maria, who's gone on to USC and is almost finished with her work there, and has recently written a book that I'm very curious about. She was very much a part, Mr. Rosendahl, I don't know if you know this, but she was very much a part of the work that began in my Senate office related to banking responsibility and financial accountability. And so I want to thank her publicly for all the work she did in that regard. We've continued that here in the City Council, and I know that I'm not sure about the Taxi Cab Commission, but as I'm speaking, I'm reconvincing myself to vote for you and wish you well on this commission. It's a tough commission, quite frankly. It's a tricky one because there are so many diverse interests, but I know that you'll be a student and studious member, and we'll figure it out and improve the quality of the product. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Krikorian, followed by Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise briefly because I've known Ms. Armoudian for, I guess, 20 years or so, and have throughout that time been incredibly impressed by her advocacy. She's been one of Southern California's leading environmental activists and leaders, and she's always been a consistent and strong voice for equal rights, economic justice, human rights and dignity, and those areas of interest, I think, are exactly relevant to the Taxi Cab Commission right now, because as she mentioned, Mr. Cardenas and I, with the great help and support of our chairman, moved forward with a green cab initiative, which is now going to have to be implemented, and the Commission will be playing a critical role in that, and I think Ms. Armoudian's environmental background will be critically important in moving forward that agenda, as well as increasing accessibility in our transit and transportation system. So I'm very pleased that she's willing to serve in this role, and I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Mr. LaBonge, followed by Mr. Englander.
Yeah, on the Green Cab Initiative, what do we? Have you been briefed at all about that?
A little bit. I've heard bits and pieces so far. So
well, on that, I know in other cities they all have the variety of the smaller yet roomier. You know, it's the room in the back. A typical cab in Los Angeles is a Crown Victoria, but now a transformation should be done in such a way that it can accommodate your goals, our goals for green, but at the same time the roomy rear end and the big trunk that's necessary for luggage. So look at that. One little pet peeve at cab stands around the city, sometimes cabbies drop their cigarettes right out the window. So we're going to start enforcing that. If you just remind them that as they sit, they just drop their smokes, and all them just, if you want to smoke, just pick up your butt. That's all I ask. So, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Well, I just want to be brief, and I think there's already been a lot said, but you are a dear friend and a resident of CD12 as well,
right.
But more importantly, a dear friend, and you've got my full support, despite the fact that you used to associate with Mr. Alarcon, and no, kidding, but your environmental leadership and experience, it will bring a lot, I think, to the taxi cab community and the Commission, which we do desperately need, as Mr. Krikorian said. There needs to be a lot of cleanup, not just environmentally on that Commission, but with bandit taxis and all the issues we've had citywide for so many years. And that is a public safety issue. When we've got bandit taxis out there, these are not licensed cab drivers driving around picking up local folks and tourists and business leaders and the like. These are people we don't know. They haven't been vetted.
They may not have the insurance, or worse, and could be picking up children. And so these are things that have to be focused on, as well as just the environmental stewardship.
Absolutely.
So I think you're the right person to do it, and I look forward to working with you and continue to work with you in so many capacities. So
Thank you so much.
With that, closing comments? None?
Pardon me, Mr. President. This matter was submitted without recommendation. A member has failed to make a motion.
All right, Mr. Krikorian and Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Alarcon declines. So with that, the recommendation is moved.
Yes.
The motion has been made. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, why don't we do public comment?
Very good, sir.
It's time for public comment at the noon hour, and we'll start with Henry Marine, followed by Shelley Morrison, followed by Dr. Cedric Bridgeforth. So we can line up, and you have 2 minutes apiece.
We're going to get a quorum here?
Well, you should have a quorum here.
One should.
Last I checked, we did.
The roll call?
Is there a question on the quorum?
Yeah.
Mr. Clerk, do we have a quorum? There's a question whether we have a quorum or not. Okay, Mr. Garcetti is here. Do we have our 10 present? We should have 12 members. Mr.
I haven't been informed of by any of the members that they were leaving upon exiting. I assume if they're not here, they're in the back.
Mr. Koretz?
Yes, I was just wondering if we established a rule allowing for a member of the public to call for a quorum call.
Well, it's a legitimate question. We just want to verify that we do have the quorum. I believe we do.
I'm just wondering if that is a current process or one that we're intending to implement.
It's rather unusual, but in respect
from Van
to the
Nuys, I
public
couldn't see
hearing,
anybody. That's what I'm hearing in person today.
in respect to the public hearing, I think we should confirm that we do. So, Mr. Clerk, we do have the quorum?
I heard you. I thought it could be a recording, though.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. We do have a quorum. You have your 2 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
2 minutes? All right. Good morning to the chosen people that publicly agreed to serve as the one body with a vested duty to legally serve our job and trust Creator and pay us in the first and second place. For the record, I'm just another 7-0-11 South Hoover Crusader and plumber, like former LA and State Building Trades Representative Jerry Crimmins. Therefore, I know the people presently doing business by direction and review of the CAO and city attorney are suffering from Adam and Eve syndrome and have failed to accurately account for what they took for our benefit in the first place, as shown in MOU 35 and 62. And I've been waiting for you to do something about it. There's no such thing as a hire and haul employee except the people that are paid to work in the hire and haul. That's who you made your agreement with. I'm a W-2 Divine City employee as a MOU 35, 62, or any other number you give me. And any money deferred in the first place has to be rolled over to Lacers in the second place, or DWP, or any other government pension plan that the employee is still working and applicable to. So I'm waiting for you to do your business. And,
Thank you.
The hire and haul thing.
Shelley Morrison? Sure. Are you done? Oh, I thought you were.
Well, you had the hire and haul thing and how much money you're saving. You're not saving a penny because you're putting the money out front every week instead of deferring it off to the end of 1 year and pay a little bit during the year and the rest in the trans in the end of the year.
Shelley Morrison? Dr. Cedric Bridgeforth? Reverend David Farley.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the Council. Thanks for giving us this opportunity to speak. I am Reverend Cedric Bridgeforth, the Los Angeles District Superintendent of the United Methodist Church. And I'm here today to speak again on behalf of the La Plaza United Methodist Church in support of a long-term lease there in our facility on Olvera Street. Many of you know on August 28, 1963, the revered Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial and delivered what is now known as the I Have a Dream proclamation. And in that proclamation, he issued a challenge and a commitment to equality, freedom, and justice on behalf of immigrants, former slave owners, and former slaves, and on behalf of all people. In these very chambers, on the 4th of May, you took a courageous step and approved a motion that was put forth by Councilman Huizar to grant us a 45-day temporary occupancy permit, and we are grateful for that. Since that time, we have continued the negotiations for a lease, and we've moved forward on many of the major issues. I understand that on this Friday, Councilman Huizar will put forth another motion that will bring forth an agreement, a cooperative agreement that has a flat fee and a long-term provision for us to continue to occupy the church there. And I look forward to you supporting that motion and for us. And on this August 28th of 2011, I have the privilege of going to Washington, D.C. for the dedication of the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial on the Washington Mall. And it would be great to stand there on that day with many others who seek justice and equality for others, knowing that we too, here in the city of Los Angeles, continue to work together to seek the welfare of the city here at La Plaza United Methodist Church. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Reverend David Farley, Lozano Munoz, Richard Zalvidar. Go ahead, Reverend.
Thank you. I'm also speaking in relation to La Plaza United Methodist Church, and I am looking forward to Councilman Huizar bringing something forward on Friday. I'm pleased because as a pastor in an urban church in LA for almost 30 years, I have been somewhat concerned by the proposals brought so far to the church, because they seem to it concerns me what they seem to assume about what a church is. Church is not a part-time operation that you schedule and contain in predictable, pre-established hours. The Holy Spirit doesn't always schedule appointments in advance, and neither do human crises. I've pastored for almost 3 decades a little church on a busy corner in Echo Park, and let me tell you, it's not a 40-hour-a-week operation, let alone 8 hours a week. Always something going on. And this is not unique for us. If you go to Centenary United Methodist, Little Tokyo, always something going on, any day of the week. If you go to Hollywood United Methodist, any day of the week, always ministry and community going on. And it's not just a reality for Methodist churches in this city. If you go to Rabbi Zoe Klein's synagogue on Beverly, there's always something going on. The Islamic Center on Vermont, that sure ain't no part-time operation. And can you imagine Father Richard Estrada or any of the priests at La Placita only showing up for a couple of hours a day, or allowing any power on earth to place any obstacle in the way of ministering to the people around them when they need that ministry? For what is a church or a synagogue or a mosque or a temple in this city of the angels if it is not a place where the Spirit of God is constantly present and always available to people, through people, not 9 to 5, not by appointment only, not only to those who can pay a fee. That's why we need a flat rate, because we're not a business where the longer we are open, the more money we get. We are a church where the longer we are open, the more resources we give, and yet the less we are open, the less we are a church. We need to be allowed to be that kind of church.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rosalio Munoz, followed by Richard Zalvidar.
Yeah. I'm here as a member of the La Plaza United Methodist congregation, and first we'd like to express our gratitude and respect for our Councilman Jose Huizar for pledging to bring before this council for your support an equitable proposal for a lease that we can continue our work there in Alvera Street. I want to talk a little bit about this thing about market values, that somehow, because of the First Amendment and religious freedom or tolerance, we have to be charged more than other nonprofits because we're proselytizing or other of those kinds of things in this historical monument. And I'm wondering, this thing about market value, does it come before historical values? Does it come before spiritual values? Does it come before justice values? I think not. We can see where market values are driving people out of their homes, driving people out of their jobs, and now they're trying to use it to drive people out of our churches. And I want to say what we're told that we have to be charged more because of religious things. And are we going to pay in money? Can we pay in money that says in God we trust? What kind of hypocrisy is this that's being charged? Another concern I have is a misunderstanding and I think untruthfulness that we are charged not to bear false witness about our church. I think some people in the commission or on the staff or even here in the council don't understand there's different ways of reading different scriptures. And we don't, Martin Luther, back several hundred years ago, had 95 theses, and some was differing from the church, the established church, on how you charge or how you give. And we have a little different ways, and people are assuming we're charging for marriages, we're charging for this, and we can raise all this money. And that's not our tradition, to be doing that. And I also want to just talk about religious freedom, that you ought to know something about Mexican religious freedom, because we didn't have it until Benito Juarez. So nothing but one church that was tied to the government could go, not Jewish people, not the Aztecs, not whomever. There was one church, and it wasn't until Benito Juarez that in the Protestant churches we've got Methodists and Baptists and Presbyterians in particular and had suffered much intolerance despite the Constitution of Mexico, the reforms of Juarez.
Thank you.
Just one thing.
Sir,
remember,
everyone has 2 minutes, sir. Richard Zalvadar. Thank you, sir. We want to respect the time from every speaker. Bishop Swenson, Sun Yu, Ziggy Cruz. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Richard Zaldivar. I'm the executive director of the Wall Las Memorias Project, and I really appreciate the opportunity of being here. But I'm also a former council aide to Art Snyder for 15 years when Tom was a council deputy over to John Ferraro. And I have to say that looking at the recommendation from El Pueblo to trying to charge a church $13,000 for rent is absurd and really immoral. Someone needs to have their heads checked out over there. Now, I tell you that because there's no greater time than now when people are unemployed, people are breaking up from their homes, people are homeless, that you need a vibrant place in a community like Plaza, the Placita, where people can come and congregate, not just for spirituality, but for a place where they can get services and get referrals. And that's what we're talking about, La Plaza. The other thing I want to share, and Jan Perry was so eloquent, the name of the city of Los Angeles, Nuestra Señora Reina de Los Ángeles de Porciuncula, could be construed as a Catholic name or a Christian name. But to millions of Angelinos, it's the name of our city. It's also about culture and it's about history. That also could be describing La Plaza at Methodist Church. We're also of the feeling that the Councilman Huizar is going to be introducing that motion, and that motion hopefully will be a good motion to make sure that the churches is above the average, but the same token that we're not being taken advantage for. And lastly, Mr. President, members of the Council, the irony here is that here we are as an AIDS organization. My AIDS organization is here to support the Methodist Church because they supported us and because they support our community. And so we are going to continue to be here until we get that support on behalf of the Methodist community. Thank you so much for your attention.
Bishop Swenson.
Thank you very much. I'm Bishop Mary Ann Swenson. I am the servant leadership in the spiritual and temporal oversight of the United Methodist 90,000 people in the Los Angeles area. This La Plaza congregation has been here well over 100 years. It has been here at the center of the City of Angels, offering hospitality, offering love and care to the people who come here. There are people here who were married in the congregation, people here whose parents were married in the congregation. The Goodwill Industries began in this congregation in 1917. The bishop's office used to be in the congregation. And I would love it if the bishop's office could be in the congregation again, so that we could be in partnership partnership clearly and see the Catholic witness here in the center of the city and the Protestant witness here in the center of the city. We work together with the Jewish community and with the Muslim community, and all of us are trying to make our witness and do our service on behalf of the city. I simply want to appeal to you to help keep this lease, keep us going, so that we can continue this ministry for years to come. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sun Yu. Followed by Ziggy Cruz.
Hi, my name is Sun Yu. I've lived in Los Angeles for over 35 years. I live and work in CD13, your district. My home is a 4-unit apartment building with street parking only. I live in one unit. My disabled dad lives in another. In 2006, I completed construction of a Bureau of Engineering Class A permit for a driveway curb cut to park behind my required front yard, and I've spent over $7,000 so far. Building and Safety approved the permit application. BOE told me where to put the driveway. In 2007, I received 14 tickets from parking enforcement. I went to CD13 for help, but you didn't help me. 2008, LAHD Housing Department issued 4 citations and fines. I went to you again for help. You didn't help me. BOE revoked my Class A permit for putting the driveway in the wrong location, even though they told me where to put the driveway. Again, I went to you for help, but you didn't help me. September 2008, Public Works Bureau of Street Services, at administrative hearing, the supervisor threatened me, saying he'd get the city to sue me and put me in jail if I didn't follow his instructions. This past June, I found 2 more tickets. I've lost days of work, researching, asking you and CD13 for help. For the last 3 months, I've been trying to work with one of your deputies, but he said it's very complicated, and he stopped returning my phone calls and emails. I CC'd you in every email. Have you seen or read any of them? BOE, LAHD, Parking Enforcement, Building and Safety have all said it's not within their jurisdiction, yet they've issued multiple citations, fines, revoked my permit, and threatened to arrest me. I followed the rules, got a permit. BOE told me where to put the driveway. I spent over $7,000 to construct it as they instructed, but then they revoked it, citing it's in the wrong location. I've gone to your office. I've called, left messages, emailed you multiple times, but you won't help me. Why won't you help me? I'm a constituent here, looking for your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Ziggy Cruz. Ziggy Cruz, followed by Arnold Sachs, followed by John Walsh.
Mr. President, before the next speaker speaks, I do want to address some of the speakers who came to speak on the United Methodist Church issue. I know it's not agendized yet, so I can't speak too long on it, but rest assured on Friday we will introduce to Council a motion that will have a draft lease that we've negotiated. We were here late night working on that to ensure that the Plaza Methodist Church continues to have a presence at the Placita Vera and many other things that have been worked on in the last few months. I think it's a very good lease that does 2 things. Number one, allows Placita Vera Church, Methodist Church to continue, and also takes into account some of the issues that were raised to us by our city attorney regarding the church versus state issue, constitutional issues. So we will present that on Friday and ask the CLA, CAO, and city attorney to comment on that lease, but it is, I think, going to make everyone comfortable as we move forward that will respect and honor the existence of the church there and thank them for the contributions that they've given to not only Placita Vera but for the city of Los Angeles. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. And Ziggy Cruz, followed by, if the other folks can line up, Arnold Sachs, John Walsh, and then Antonia Ramirez. Our final speakers, public comment. Take it away.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Ziggy Cruz, and I'm here with Sun Yu, who just spoke before me. I'm concerned about a couple of things. Number one, that most of the council members don't even pay attention. And number two is that the city citizens have been given basically no due process in certain things in the Hollywood area. I'm not sure if you are all aware of the fact that in Council District 13, the notations and citations for overheight fences and front yard pavings and so on have tripled in just a few months of this year. We're wondering in Hollywood if Hollywood is being singled out for this, or if individuals are just going rampant and reporting on neighbors, or if the city has a deal with some of the people in Hollywood. I'm seriously asking you right now if there's an opportunity for the council to look into each and every council district, which is from 1 through 15, even though 15 doesn't have a representative as per now, to see if the citations or the reports in your area for overheight fences, front yard pavings also have gone up. If so, then we definitely have a problem, and I would like the council to really work with the citizens, because right now in our neighborhood a lot of people put in these things as protection due to over crime rates and so on, and yet obviously there seems to be no concern from the council representatives, and I would really encourage each and every one of you to check with your constituents, check with the DOT, check with the police department if any sort of reports have been given in your neighborhoods, and then let's see, maybe you can agendize something in the future to address these concerns, because people put in overheight fences to protect themselves. They put in parking facilities in front of their homes because they don't have parking on the street, and yet neighbors rat out neighbors. Why is that? Is there an incentive given to some neighbors and not to others, and why are we singled out in Hollywood? Thank you.
Ziggy Cruz? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ziggy Cruz. Arnold Sachs? John Walsh? Antonio Ramirez, in that order.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. Fascinating meeting so far today. Really. Nice to see some housing commissioners passed. But I remember the last time a housing commissioner came before you to be nominated, there were some questions because there was a group of people came in and said the mayor had a discussion with them because of, I don't know, the problems that were going on in the Housing Commission. There was some claims of impropriety, and the mayor said that he wasn't going to nominate any people until the claims were cleared up. And right after that meeting ended, the next day he nominated some people, and I believe one of the councilmen asked if that was true and there was any way to find out. I guess it wasn't true, or they found out and nobody knows the answer because we have more housing commissioners and the question's still open. The animal commissioner, thoughts on a public-private partnership, request for information turning into a contract, no RFP process, the opening of the shelter in the 7th district, and the new shelter planned in the 8th district, where the people are going to come from. Mr. Zine, have a policy. The rules should be followed. Like, pursuant to council rules, 10 o'clock starting. You know, when you don't start at 10 o'clock and you waste that 15 minutes, let me put a face on that. That's 15 minutes a day. That's 50 minutes a week, because I'm adding another 5 minutes for Friday. 45 weeks, over 2,000 minutes. 4.5 days for the overseers of the general fund that are wasted waiting for meetings to start. You think you could do a little improving on that? Because 4.5 days that you don't get anything done by sitting around waiting for this meeting to start.
Arnold Sachs is done. John Walsh. Mr. Alarcon?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the issue related to the housing was related to the Housing Authority appointments, not the Housing Commission appointments.
Thank you. John Walsh, then Antonio Ramirez.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. We have a new post out today, and we will have a street demonstration Wednesday today, 6 p.m. I always try to do something that's never been done before. I've been speaking under public comment first in Berkeley since 1971, so that's 40 years. And today I'm going to do something that's never been done ever in the history of certainly of California. This building is falling apart. You know it and I know it. I was outside in the hallway immediately adjacent and saw this fall out of the ceiling. This is a gigantic chunk of your building. It fell. Now, it's not just psychological. I like to give it to the, you can do a forensic test on it. It's your building. When you need public to hand over pieces of your building. You're not interested in this. You're not interested in the building fall apart. You're not interested in kiddie porn. You're interested in taxi cabs. And we had a 7-hour meeting here last Friday. 7 hours. And it was so long that Rosendahl began to lose his voice, the most garrulous person. 20% less of Rosendahl would be 100% right for me. And I'd like to point out that we now no longer have the mayor. He's now the nation's mayor, but now he's the state of California's mayor. We have Villaraigosa, not interested in the kiddie porn scandal, but taking pot shots at the great governor of our state. He wants to be governor. He refused to run for governor. And I want you to know that the CRA ordinance was illegal, that you passed last week, and we will have a cure and correct letter. And I want you to know the FBI is crawling all over this business. And one day, you might end up getting a visit, and they may be flushing out your...
Ms. Ramirez, our final public speaker today.
Good morning. This is a matter of principle. Today we are putting the following on notice. All the presidential incumbents, including President Barack Obama, have failed to address the problems of illegal immigration and the heavy infestation of cockroaches and reptilians all over the United States. And with that, if we could just deport, and arrest them, we would have a surplus of funds and protect our law-abiding citizens, our military veterans, our pilots, and their families. And more importantly, let's start with East LA. Start stripping the sanctuary haven status for East LA. The following addresses are criminal gangbangers. At 3721, you have Ofelia and Felipe Rodriguez, as well as Luis Garcia. 3738, 3739, 3747, 3744, 3748, 3749, 3750, all on East 55th Street in Maywood, California, 90270. They have committed gross crimes, ID theft, welfare fraud, invasion, robbery, theft, and gangbanging, racketeering. Again, Luis and Luz Moya, who live at 3747 East 55th Street in Maywood, also have contributed with gangbanging, racketeering, home invasion, robbery, assault, and violence, filing false charges. We also need to get rid of the East LA Sheriff's Department and pack it in with whites. Get rid of the Latinos because they're not able to reason nor analyze, much less use their mental faculties. They are Deputy Lomelli, Deputy Parra, Deputy Cruz, Aguirre, Jay Murillo, Pedro Mejia, Pacheco, Martinez, Sergeant Valencia, Lieutenant Lopez. They are all nothing but a bunch of unethical pussies, filing false arrests and planting false evidence. How do I know? Because I was just falsely arrested by these Latino pussies. And thank God I was released. The DA rejected it. So this is how I spent my time, doing your work, FBI. Having said that, I want to thank Chief William Bratton. Congratulations, Chief. You are the cream of the crop.
All right, thank you. Your time is up, Ms. Ramirez. Thank you for your public comment. And that closes public comment for today. I understand there was an inappropriate term used. Please refrain from using inappropriate language since we are viewed at home by children and mature adults. With that, there's a request from Mr. Koretz to go to number 6. And then we have another request to go to, I think, number 1. So number 6, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to request that this item gets continued for 30 days. We're working with the property owner in the process of resolving this lien, which hopefully will result in payment without the city having to take on additional costs. So if we could just continue this for 30 days and bring it back.
Without opposition?
Mr. President, for clarification, that is September 16.
Be continued to September 16th, Mr. Koretz. Okay, with that satisfactory. Number 6 is continued without opposition to 16th of September. Next item, please. I think there was a request from Mr. Cardenas or Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Alarcon, is there a request for you to move something up on the schedule?
Pardon me?
Was there something that you wanted moved up on the schedule? Mr. Clerk, what's the next item then?
I don't think so.
That would bring us back to item number 1, called special for Councilmember Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas?
Sure.
You want to continue number 1? Oh, 9? Okay, let's do number 1. Mr. Cardenas? Where's Mr. Cardenas? Well, we have two public speakers on this. On number 1, Mr. Walsh, Mr. James Frankel. Mr. Walsh and Mr. Frankel. Are you here? Mr. Frankel?
Yes, I'm Mr. Frankel. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is James Frankel, and I'm a member of Panorama City Properties, LLC. I'd like to revisit the issue brought before you regarding the Panorama City bid. I'm not in opposition or for that matter. However, I do have something else I'd like to bring up with regard to the bid. My property is called Kaplan College. We're a small LLC, a family-owned LLC, and they are our tenant in that building. They're a private school, which is for the purpose of training for different trade careers, and we have been improperly included in the bid. The reason that I state that we've been improperly included is that this district assessment engineer's report is the basis on which the bid is put together. And it states that it is for the purpose of the attraction of pedestrian traffic. Being a school, we have no need for this type of service, and it's not just my opinion. It's in the assessment engineer's report. It states that Panorama City High School should not be included as due to no general or specific benefit inuring from bid activities. So therefore, I can take it that a school has no business being in the bid, yet our school is in the bid. Furthermore, the fact that the Panorama City High School is a public entity has no bearing on the matter, as it states in Proposition 218 that no longer allows government-owned properties to be excluded. So I brought it to their attention, and unfortunately they haven't answered me. I've written them letters, and I'd like to have you take it into consideration to please have us excluded from the bid. It would be very easy to do. We're right on the edge of the map. All they have to do is carve us out of the side of the map, but they can easily exclude us. The extra funds that we have to pay annually for this are detrimental to our tenancy, and we would appreciate you taking it into consideration. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cardenas, on item number 1, John Walsh, but he is, I called his name, he's not there. He's not here. So, Mr. Cardenas, on number 1, we did have the public speaker, and floor is now yours, Mr. Cardenas.
He just turned the floor to you. Yeah, just move the item.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. So Mr. Cardenas requests item be moved. On that matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item, please.
That brings us to item number 9, called Special for Cards.
Number 9, Craig Hardwick and Linda Tappan. Number 9. Excuse me, Mr. Alicon?
Continue that one.
Okay, number 9, you want to hear from the public speakers?
No, we're working with them.
Okay. There's a request to continue this for 30 days. So for the public speakers, we're going to continue this without opposition.
Mr. President, again for clarification, 30 days brings us to September 16. September 16.
So to those speakers, Mr. Hardwick and Tappan, September 16th. Mr. Alicon? I didn't hear you.
That's probably good.
That's probably a good thing. Okay. So it's continued September 16th. Next item, please. Mr. Parks.
Yes, Mr. President, could we move 57 through 60? We've got the information we needed.
57
through 60.
57 through 60. Move those items. On 57 through 60, colleagues, open the roll.
Pardon me, Mr. President. I do believe there are...
I don't see any
cards. I apologize. I misspoke. There are no cards.
You misspoke. Let's note that, Mr. Clerk. That's seldom that you do that. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Alan, you do a fine job. Number 16 now?
That is correct. 16, called Special for Cards.
All right. Number 16, folks. If you are here for number 16, Brian Schlocky, Valerie Sachs, and Robert Jiskowski. The three of you. Ladies first.
Hi.
Valerie?
My name is Valerie Sachs. I'm with Liquor License Specialists on behalf of the applicant. We believe that the public convenience and necessity will be served by the proposed use. They're a highly responsible operator. They've been on this location for 35 years. The company both owns and operates the site. They've operated a mini mart on this location since 1994. They have a commercial corner CUP that they obtained in 94. They're still in compliance with that CUP after all these years, which I think speaks to the level of managerial skill and corporate policies that these people have in place. The LAPD is in support of the proposed use. The neighborhood council is in support of the proposed use. The conditional use permit has many conditions of approval to ensure that it's a positive use. It incorporates the LAPD's concerns. In terms of fairness and consistency, I had pulled a list of other PCNs in CD12 from the city's website. I have a 2.5 pages long. It's from, 2006 and on. And every single one of those was approved. There's no reason to deny this one here. As I said, the LAPD and the community are both in support. They have, I will let Mr. Zitkovich and Mr. Shockley talk about the training, the staff training and their record with the ABC. I also have a chart, which I don't know if I can distribute it or not, but it's basically PCNs for roughly comparable uses. The only denials of the ones that I saw, I pulled them from about 2008 on, were for good cause, such as a high crime district, which this is not. The LAPD recommended against. In this case, they recommended in favor of it. A record of poor management, which is exactly contrary to what we see in this situation. And in one case, it was next to a homeless encampment, which this thankfully is not. Having regulated responsible users will put unregulated, irresponsible users at a competitive disadvantage.
All right.
And I would love more time if I could have it.
Well, you know what? You can give your time to the next man because he's going to have 2 minutes and then he'll have 2 minutes. So we got, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us on this. I'm speaking in favor, obviously, of promoting this liquor license. We are a partner in the community, and we've demonstrated, well, I myself grew up in the San Fernando Valley. I'm a product of LA Unified School District. I attended Cal State Northridge, where I earned my undergraduate degree. I have grown up in this valley and am working with this company at this point to try to promote the proper partner, to be a proper partner in the community in this business. We have demonstrated to the neighborhood council, who has approved our acquiring this license. What we demonstrated to the community was that we have extensive training on age-restricted products. We have a zero-tolerance policy around age-restricted products. We have register systems that help control these aspects of the business. We have also agreed to very strict use in terms of the permit so that we are mitigating potential problems by limiting things like fortified wines or 40-ounce malt liquors and things of that nature, the hours of operation in which we'll sell the product. So we've gone to some great extent in trying to partner with the community and act on in their behalf and in their best interests so that we can be a good proprietor in the San Fernando Valley. We have an excellent record with the ABC throughout California with all of our sites. We operate approximately 120 locations under the USA brand in California, and our record speaks for itself in that regard. Again, we just want to partner with the community and act responsibly, and I think we can do that in this instance. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And Mr. Shockley, or is this Mr.
Zitkovich?
Zitkovich.
My name is Robert Zitkovich. I'm the retail merchandising manager for Tesoro USA. I've worked for Tesoro USA for 28 years. I've lived in the San Fernando Valley since 1952. I, too, am a product of the San Fernando Valley, raised in the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks area, graduate also of Cal State Northridge, and also have been a resident and homeowner in Chatsworth since 1978. A lot has happened since 1952 to the San Fernando Valley and Chatsworth, and a lot has happened to the corner of Parthenia and Tampa. When we were open 16 years ago, there was a strip center across the street with a liquor store in the corner, a bar in the middle, and the rest of the stores were unoccupied. today. There's 2 furniture stores there, Indigo and also Easy Life Furniture. There's also a One West Bank that has been built on the street. As you move north, there's a Petco, which is a new operation. Next to that is a Five Guys hamburger stand going in currently. Next to that is also a In-N-Out Burger, which should be a great challenge to see these 2 hamburger chains going at each other. Behind it is a Costco where the old A.M. Lewis grocery distribution used to be. Across the street is an extended stay hotel. There's also a new Chick-fil-A being built. As you go north, where the old Levitt's furniture store used to be, there's Total Wine and More, there's Fresh and Ready. All I'm saying is the area has changed, the area has grown. We want to be part of that growth, and as a resident of the San Fernando Valley, I recommend that it does get approved.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Englander.
Thank you for coming down here today, and thanks for doing business with the City of Los Angeles. I think we're trying to make an effort to be more business friendly and certainly understand the need for businesses to want to sell more products. And I can't support this for many reasons, and I just wanted to point some of those out with you as well, and to some of my colleagues. Already in this area, there's an over concentration. We've got more than off-site allowed than currently exists. We also have, and you were well aware, and I believe that you met with folks in my office that told you before starting this process that we would be opposed to it, and gave you all the reasons why to not move forward. And so, though said it was your own prerogative to do so, and I applaud that you went out to the neighborhood council and you met with a lot of the residents and some of your neighbors as well. And some of those folks were okay with it, although I've heard some feedback that it wasn't unanimous, but some folks were okay with it as well, and some were opposed. We remain opposed. The property is at a very large edge of the reporting area, so you know it's at 1782, and immediately adjacent to the reporting area is 1793, which is one of the highest crime reporting areas in our district. Diagonally across the street, immediately southeast of the subject site, there's been a long, high crime rate of activity of crime. The Bryant Street gang still is prevalent in the area, and data, just recent data from the July 15th to August 15th studies, a half-a-mile radius of the subject property, show 149 calls were recorded and 32 arrests were made. This is right at the corner of an area that we've been trying to clean up for some time. In fact, we've spent years trying to raise money, and we went out and we raised $3.5 million to build the Police Activities League Youth Center, walking distance from this location, because there's so many at-risk youth that have access to alcohol and tobacco and drugs and firearms and other things, and there's an over-concentration of gangs in the area as well. So we've been sending in senior lead officers to work with at-risk youth and bring in other nonprofits. In fact, because of that and because of my work on working with PALS and so many other nonprofits in the area, that's where I had my inauguration, to show that in this area of our district, of this community, that we've come together to try to clean up crime. And so this, I think, it would send the wrong message as well. And so I would ask that all my colleagues support and move the recommendation in the agenda for those and all the other obvious reasons. So thank you very much.
So for clarification, Mr. Alicant.
Does this meet the Caldera requirement? So on which elements of the Caldera bill does this not meet?
I have that in the staff reports. I don't have that with me right now. My planning deputy, her husband just fell and she had to be rushed.
Mr. Englander, can you speak on the microphone so we can all hear what you're saying?
Okay.
He was asking me a question. I don't know if that was on the record or not.
All right, so the request is to, with the recommendations, deny, and that's the request, Mr. Englander, correct? Okay, on that, colleagues, there's no one else on the queue? Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, that matter is denied. Next item, please, Mr. Clerk.
That brings us to item 24, called Special for Councilmember Parks.
Number 24, Mr. Parks, and I think you have to recuse yourself on that matter?
No, 40. No.
40, okay. Number 40.
Thank you. I would ask the city attorney to come up at this time. Colleagues, we'd just like to get the city attorney to give you a quick update on why this legislation is important and how it will change and impact the council's review of workers' comp cases because recent legislation in workers' comp has made many of the awards statutory, and also courts are now asking for not a reviewing authority, but a final authority at the time of settlement. So we could just give a brief overview and the impact of what it's going to how it's going to impact the city's approval or the council's approval on workers' comp cases in the future.
Yes, essentially the workers' comp...
Identify yourself, please.
I'm sorry?
Identify yourself, please.
Carl Moody, K-E-R-L-M-O-O-D-Y, from the Workers' Compensation Division, City Attorney's Office. Essentially, the workers' compensation benefits that we're concerned with in this settlement authority are those benefits that are statutorily defined, such as temporary disability, permanent disability, future medical care, death benefits, and life pensions. All of these benefits are statutory in nature. Once the parties follow the procedures that are spelled out in the Labor Code to evaluate the value of the various benefits, the current law is that the city has to start paying those benefits immediately. Our request for authority is to basically allow the attorneys that are at the Workers' Compensation Appeals Board to enter into settlement at the time of these hearings rather than have to defer them to seek authority from the City Council. Prior to November 17th of 2008, the then existing rules of court required that all parties be present at a mandatory settlement conference or a trial and have settlement authority to the fullest extent of the law. That included public entities as well. But in November 2008, that statute was changed to require that all parties be present with settlement authority, or that they had to have settlement authority available immediately by telephone. No more exceptions, no more requirement that we had to have settlement according to law, which was kind of a weasel word for us because we could say that we didn't have settlement authority because we had to go through the process with the Claims Board, Budget and Finance, and City Council. Once that language was removed, we had the same obligation to be able to settle every case at the time of the hearing, and we couldn't do that. So for the last year and a half, basically every appearance by our attorneys in front of the Workers' Comp Appeals Board, they've been threatened with sanctions and costs because we weren't able to comply with the new state law.
Was the state law also impacted or a change that impacted charter cities?
I'm sorry?
Was it one time charter cities was excluded and now we're part of this?
Yeah, the prior statute had language that required that we have authority pursuant to the fullest extent of the law. And for the city of Los Angeles, of course, we had the law, the city charter, city administrative code. That was for governmental entities. That exclusion was for governmental entities. That's what was deleted from the law. There is no longer an exception for governmental entities. We have to have the same settlement authority that every other party has.
And then could you explain why we're asking for 99% as opposed to 100%?
99% is basically the maximum statutory benefits that we can spell out. Once you go 100%, it ceases to be the same level. You enter into a life pension that includes benefits that are considerably more expensive up to that point, and we feel at that point in time and those benefits are retroactive to the date of injury, which significantly increases the cost, and we feel those matters should still come back through at least the Claims Board.
And then what would be the change in the work product for you and what the council will see in the future?
Well, obviously our office spends a significant amount of time researching and preparing the Claims Board letters and making the appearances. It requires the involvement of the City Council and so forth. It will take a tremendous load off of the requirements currently being fulfilled by our attorneys, and of course it'll take a lot of pressure off when they go to court as well.
Okay. Nevertheless, Pete Echeverria from the City Attorney's Office also. Nevertheless, we, at the request of the Budget and Finance Committee, the recommendation was amended to require that we report quarterly on those cases that have been settled so that we get you that information as well and you can track those.
Okay, thank you very much.
No one else on the queue? The recommendation on this matter? Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
That brings us to item number 40. I believe Councilmember Parks wished to be excused for this matter.
Mr. Parks, number 40. After Mr. Parks is excused, we will open the roll. Transportation issue. Number 40, colleagues, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very well. Next item, please.
That brings us to item 56, called Special for Cards.
Number 56. Arnold Sachs, number 56.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. You know, considering over 4 years ago, I'm sure, when you had the term limits changed from 2 to 3, and you also invoked a more stringent set of open and transparency for the council, that now you're worrying about contract bidder contributions and fundraising restrictions. Let's face it, while you're doodling with this information, the people who control the elections have passed this light years ago. They've already figured out more loopholes in your answers, and you haven't even answered the question yet. There's only one place you're going to find any kind of control, and that's not in fundraising, but in recalling. The question is, you can say whatever you want, but when you go to the polls to elect somebody, as soon as you get done putting that ballot in the box, go outside and sign a recall petition. That's the only place you're going to find any kind of reform. They talk about the Supreme Court. They talk about this court, that court, as if you hadn't been paying attention to the last governor's race. I believe over $500 million was raised by the losers. And they're going to talk about financial reform for elections. When the losers can raise $500 million, where's the reform going to be? I tell you, recall.
John Walsh, our next speaker. John Walsh, not in chambers. Trent Lang.
Hello, Trent Lang, President of the California Clean Money Campaign. Thank you, council members, for having me here. I'd like to thank council for so far taking the last 2 steps in favor of the voters' will for Measure H. First, passing Council Member Huizar's motion to do a comprehensive study, and second, Garcetti's motion to do the right changes for the special election. This is the final step in terms of the other critical aspect of Measure H that the voters passed, of course, with 75% of the vote, and that is how to implement the fundraising ban for city contractors. It was very clear for the voters that it was described as a ban on city contractors from doing fundraising, the kinds of city contractors that are under this. It's very narrowly defined. We know there's a dispute between the city attorney and the Ethics Commission upon the legality of option B, which implements, we believe, the will of the voters. We agree with the Ethics Commission that option B is narrowly enough defined to uphold scrutiny in the Supreme Court. It's finite in duration. It's only for 12 months after the contract bid. It only applies to the specific elected officials that would be on their contract choices, and only activities specific to fundraising. They would not be limited from doing things like appearing at fundraisers where there are fundraisers and showing up and showing their support, but they just cannot solicit for fundraising. They can't hold their own fundraisers. They can't ask people to fundraise. So it's very narrowly focused. We believe it's very much in line with what the voters approved, what council approved when they put this on the ballot. So we certainly hope that you will support option B, the strongest version of the fundraiser ban. Thank you very much.
And Jolie Kronheim? Kronheim? Not here. Mr. Parks, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Parks, hold on a second. You're the chair, Mr. Garcetti?
I am.
Excuse me, Mr. Garcetti, you pushed your button late.
Look forward to hearing from Mr. Parks in just a minute. Thank you,
Excuse me, Mr. Parks.
colleagues, and thank you for the public comment. If I can ask staff to come forward as well. We had, out of committee, we have the implementing ordinance for the successful passage of Measure H. And there's two drafts that are before us. This is one of those rare moments when the city attorney and our ethics commission have slightly different opinions, but most everything is resolved in this. Let me walk through, folks, what we have here today. The ballot measure that was passed by, in Measure H puts a ban on contributions from companies that are seeking our approval for contracts, although we'll talk about some other areas that this draft may also bring in. But it's a simple idea that while folks want to do business with the City of LA, they shouldn't be donating to decision makers for a period of time, not for forever, but a period of time to be able, just like the MTA and other legislative bodies have done, be able to, both with the perception and any influence that may come directly, take that off the table so that people can trust and know that when folks are winning a bid and getting it forward, it's on the merits of what they have before us. There's two drafts, though, that we have before us on the implementation ordinances. Both ordinances address the following issues that were not fully addressed by the ballot measure. One, the filing process, and this ordinance sets forth a process by which the contract awarding authority must include in its solicitations information about Measure H restrictions, so that we give people a heads up before, so they don't fall into some sort of a trap. They will be considered non-responsive if they don't complete the form that says basically, we're not going to, and we are not donating to decision makers. And right now it says to submit the electronic copy of the form to the Ethics Commission. In fairness to the Ethics Commission, they don't feel that they necessarily have the resources to take that in, but that's the way it's drafted now. But we'll talk about that in a little bit too. Second, the contract amendments. The ordinance clarifies that the restrictions apply to contract amendments that are made of a similar amount to the contract. So if there's ever, a few years later, an amendment made to it where we have to make some sort of discretionary decision, that would be there as well. Now, it also has on non-competitive awards, it prohibits non-competitively bid projects over $100,000 to eliminate the appearance of influence by campaign contributions. Especially on land use stuff, I think there's going to be a little bit of a policy discussion here as to whether if somebody owns their own property and there's not a competition between, do we want to also take off the table their ability to donate or not? Some of us address that on a kind of personal philosophy basis and, try as hard as we can, although without an official system it's a little tougher to always catch everyone, but to make sure if there's somebody who has something before me in my district in that year period to not take that money so that we can help the best projects move forward without any appearance of impropriety. Now, drafts A and B differ in this following definition, and we have to decide this today, voting one way or the other. And I think the city attorney recommends Draft A, which narrowly defines who is banned from the fundraising to be limited to the bidders themselves, subcontractors, and their principals. The city attorney feels that if we go further, that it might not withstand scrutiny in court. But the Ethics Commission supports, and I supported in committee as well, any fundraising by bidders, subcontractors, and their principals. So that means that they couldn't, it's not just contributions, but those principals and those companies shouldn't be involved in fundraising either, for that period of time only. And so the city attorney declined to approve this version, I think, because legal precedent in their mind suggested would not necessarily withstand legal scrutiny. We've heard other opinions, and we can hear both sides of that argument as well. So let me actually just start with that. With the Ethics Commission, why do you believe that it is, why do you believe that would withhold legal scrutiny, and then hear from the city attorney to describe why you think it wouldn't, if we went with the version B?
Heather Holt for the Ethics Commission. We First of all, we do think that what the voters thought they were voting on was a more comprehensive prohibition on fundraising, not one that was limited by who the activity was directed toward. But beyond that, we also feel like the way that Ordinance B is drafted would withstand legal scrutiny because it's sufficiently different from the ordinance that was at issue in the in the Connecticut case, the Second Circuit decision that's referred to by the City Attorney's Office. We do have, in contrast to that law, this does impose a finite period of time in which the bans would apply. It is not in perpetuity. It does not apply to all contracts.
And there was some talk about that being longer. This is, and there's also some talk about being shorter, but this is for 1 year?
For the bidder who is selected to be the contractor. For all other bidders, it would begin on the day they submit the bid and it would end on the day the contract is signed.
So if they are the losing bidder, it's just that window when they're actually up for the decision making.
That's correct. Once the decision is made, they're no longer prohibited. Right. In addition, this does not apply to all contracts for the city. In contrast to the Connecticut law, this applies only to contracts that are valued at $100,000 or more, or amendments that are valued at $100,000 or more and require approval by an elected official. Approval by every elected official does not create prohibition for all elected officials. So if there is a contract that is approved by the mayor's office only, that would not trigger a fundraising ban for council candidates or council office holders. And so we feel, and in addition, the list of fundraising prohibited activities are very narrowly tied to what is traditionally thought of as fundraising. So it's specific. Things like asking someone to make a contribution to a campaign or hosting a fundraiser, things that are clearly tied to fundraising activities. In contrast, the Connecticut law prohibited things such as serving as a treasurer for a campaign committee. That is not in the list of activities that are prohibited by either Ordinance A or Ordinance B. So we believe that not only is this what was intended when the vote was taken, it would withstand judicial scrutiny, and it would avoid a significant loophole. If the only fundraising activity that is prohibited is activity that is directed at your employees, if you're the bidder, or your subs employees, that leaves an entire world of people that you can engage in fundraising activities with.
Okay. City Attorney.
Good afternoon, council members. Deputy City Attorney Renee Stadel. We have not signed off on Ordinance B because we believe it is a broad prohibition on fundraising that is more likely than not would not withstand legal challenge. The reason for that is at least twofold. One, fundraising restrictions are not that common amongst jurisdictions and are relatively untested. However, the most recent test that we had was last year in Connecticut, which had a broad fundraising ban. And while it has is slightly different, though the differences that it had were not reasons why the Second Circuit decided didn't make a difference to why the Second Circuit struck the provision. The Second Circuit struck the Connecticut provision because it found that the fundraising prohibitions, unlike contribution restrictions, are a much more severe restriction on First Amendment activity. It found that the restriction was overbroad and that it restricted anyone from soliciting, or contractors from soliciting anyone to make a contribution, even their own mother. The court suggested but didn't rule on that a more narrowly tailored restriction that was tied to the contractor might withstand legal challenge. Because of that decision, as well as other California decisions that have cast aspersions on fundraising and novel restrictions, we feel we would have significant hurdles in defending option B. Option A was written more narrowly tailored along the lines of what the Connecticut Connecticut has revised this law to be and what the Second Circuit was saying in its opinion.
One last question. I'm a little bit over, and I'm sure I'll come back to this. In terms of the capacity of the Ethics Commission to take in these forms, tell us your story and what other possibilities do we have? Because obviously that's a part of, I think, what the voters passed to and needs to happen someplace.
Yeah, Heather Holt for the Ethics Commission. Thank you for that. And this is a tough issue for us because we have for years advocated centralized information about city contracts and city bidders. We think that this is an important piece in the transparency puzzle for the public to know how their money is spent in contracting activities. We have an ever shrinking staff, and if these forms were filed with us, or the information in the forms were filed with us, it would generate resource needs that we don't currently have. In addition, it's not a necessity that they be centralized in order for this law to be carried out. The prohibition applies to the bidders and the subcontractors and their principals. It does not apply to anyone who might receive a contribution from those individuals or entities. So there isn't a need in order to comply with this law for candidates to have access to centralized information about who has bid on a city contract. So although ideally there would be central information about contracting, it's not necessary to comply with this law, and we have a significant resource shortage. I will say, however, that this version of the draft ordinance is far better than, in our opinion, than where we started, because the original draft would have had paper filings sent to us. This at least allows for electronic filings, which is a much smaller drain on resources in terms of space and storage and organization and all of that. But it will create responsibilities for us in terms of organizing the data. If we've got it, people are going to want to be able to use it, so we'll have to put it in some sort of format where they can search for the information they're looking for. We'll also be called on to respond to Public Records Act requests, and so there are resource implications for us. However, we do advocate centralized contract information and just in general, and this version of electronic data being transferred to us is far better than the paper versions.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you very much. You know, I've read this about 15 times, and I can't make heads or tails out of A or B. And when you get through it, it sounds almost identical. And but yet we're saying on one hand that the city attorney can't support one or the other, and it gets even more confusing if the ethics is saying they believe that B captures the intent of what the original voting that we produced or we presented to the public, but yet the city attorney is saying they can't defend that. I mean, so that's, I mean, and I'll give you one of my major pet peeves is that, you know, this is what I think what we've evolved to. I don't know of any elected official in the city that probably hasn't been fined for some administrative oversight, and it's because you read this stuff and you'd have to actually, you know, consider having your attorney with you when you're doing the ethics test, because after you read it, not much of it makes sense to a layperson, and when you go through this, it looks like we're just creating another hurdle for somebody to crash over, and then 6 months from now they'll have a story in the newspaper that said they're fined X dollars because they didn't follow subsection 2. And you know, and I think the folks that offer a lot of these suggestions have a good deal of positive intent, but one of the things I find when I speak with them often is that when you ask them if they ever run for office, none of them have. And so the practical application of this stuff just gets unwieldy. I mean, when Tom was talking earlier, I refuse to accept invitations because I just don't want to go through the headache of having to report them. So the best I can do is go to your reception and go home. I mean, so it's getting to the point that you just draw a line and say, I'm not going to play because it's too complicated, nor do you have time to address it. And so when I read it, one says it's where the ethics department, and you assume you'd want to be on the right side of ethics because they're reviewing this. On the other hand, the city attorney says, I can't support it. And so you just are in a quandary to figure out what did we put on the ballot and what's going to end up in the ordinance, and can any of us comply with it? Or do you just avoid it all? And then unless we're going to say one day that let's not do contributions anymore and let the IEs flourish and just sit back and put a news, the campaigning will eventually go to, let's put out basically a website, put the pictures up there and let the IEs run. Because this other stuff of collecting money and being able to decipher it back and forth, and are you in a contract? Are you not in a contract? Is it is it 100,000? I mean, who asked all those questions when you're saying, I'm running for office, I need your help? And then you're going to get, the next thing you know, you're going to have to get a bio for each one of the contributors to go through and see what their lineage is and were they in the city law. I mean, it's just gotten to the point that it's to the point that we see why IEs are the way people are campaigning. You don't have to ask anything. In fact, the fines on the collections for IEs is so small, you don't even have to follow the rules. And when it's all said and done, you pay a couple of dollars a day, and you say, okay, we won that one. I mean, so this is just mind-boggling that we are in this situation, and we've made it so complicated that we're almost a pretzel. But let me get you to my only question of the day: is that would either one of these impact developmental agreements in the planning process? Would would that affect where somebody's going through a process, they're not bidding on a contract, but they are part of a developmental agreement?
Councilmember, the ordinance as drafted includes a component that applies to unsolicited requests for a contract, and by its terms would cover a discretionary development agreement with the city.
See, now that takes us into a whole different group of people that unintentionally, then at some point we'll have somebody with a new group come in and tell us we've cut development down 50%. Because now development agreements carry some harm to the development world and to candidates. And so I don't know if that was our intent when we went forward, that we would include a planning process as opposed to a legitimate request for a contract or a bid or an RFP. That seems like we really are out there. So I'm going to sit down because I'm frustrated for the day.
Councilmember, I would just share that as we were dealing with the implementation of the charter amendment and fielding questions from both internal to the city and external, that it became clear that there are a group of contracts that are not in response to an RFP, not just development agreements, but many other contracts. And so it became clear that there was potentially a large loophole of contracts that we weren't covering. But of course, the council can decide to amend the proposal that's in front of you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Cardenas, followed by Mr. LeBonge.
Councilmember Garcetti was explaining that something about principles of the businesses or corporations that are involved in bids, that this applies to the principals in the organization. I'm not sure if I'm right or I'm wrong, but when I read the language that's before us on option A and option B, both of them seem to describe any and all employees of the organization.
Councilmember, the primary restrictions in terms of contributions and fundraising restrictions apply to the contract bidder and principals as we define them, which are 20% owners, chief executive officers, chairs of the board, and a person authorized in the bid to represent the company. The only reference to the employees is in the definition, in the Ordinance A definition of prohibited fundraising. The Ordinance A definition of prohibited fundraising would prohibit the contractor, subcontractor, and their principals from fundraising from each other and their employees. Otherwise, there's no restriction on an employee.
So in other words, a receptionist who doesn't have any other authority in that company other than just answering phones and doing light work or what have you, it does not apply to them?
No.
Okay. Glad to get that clarity. Now, when it comes to version A and version B, does it seem, by your interpretations of what the intent was and what the voters thought they were voting for on, does this apply to development agreements?
I would say that what the voters voted on, they probably, and I think it was information that was put out at the time that Measure H wouldn't apply to development agreements.
Okay. B?
Measure A, or yes, Ordinance A and Ordinance B are identical, so it would be
on
the
that
same
part.
on that part. Yes, the only difference between the two is the definition of prohibited fundraising, and even the activities listed in that definition are the same. It's just that in Ordinance A, it's limited to directing those activities to principals, employees, bidders.
Yeah, I
and subs.
remember when this was before the council, I talked to some of the council members and trying to understand what we were voting on, and it was explained to me by a couple of my colleagues that this applied to people like in RFP processes, RFI processes, say they're doing business to provide some kind of phone service to the city, or they're doing some kind of service contract with the city or what have you, and if it's over $100,000, then this applies to them for sure. And then I asked if it had to do with planning matters and things of that nature directly, and my colleagues were like, no, it doesn't apply to that. So I'm going on what I understood, and I am a voter, by the way, and I do vote. Now, my understanding as a voter was that we were voting on contracts specifically. And so development agreements, by both of your interpretations, is that development agreements are part of what the voters thought they were voting on.
Again, Councilmember, I don't necessarily believe that the voters thought that they were voting on development agreements.
Did it apply to development agreements?
Yeah. However, the ordinance.
Most voters don't even know what the term development agreement is.
However, the ordinances in front of you would make it subject to, make those agreements subject to the Measure H limits unless you revise the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Labange?
Yeah, thank you. If I remember, the creation of the Ethics Commission was because a public official in this building sat on a board and made a decision based on a zoning case that was not, everything's important, but it wasn't like a 500-unit building or something. Is that correct?
This Measure H and these ordinances.
No. But what came to the table, the Ethics Commission, what created the Ethics Commission in Los Angeles, was a case where someone who worked at this building was elected official,
yes,
and they sat on a board. They made a decision which they were not aware of that started the whole ball rolling. That being said, I once was out in a community meeting on Wilshire Boulevard in the Miracle Mile, and there was a city employee there, a city attorney, no less, who was with all the people there and jabbing at me because I took contributions. Now, is it ethical to take contributions? Wow, to hesitate, it concerns me, because it is ethical to take contributions as you report them. See, what the problem is, and I'm not lecturing you, but I got to now in the sense here, we're in the business of trying to help people as we get elected to help people. At the same time, we have to follow the rules, but we make the rules complicated so much it becomes a disincentive. When I said to the city attorney, who was a neighbor who lived in the Miracle Mile area, said, hey, you know, you can go right on that ethics website and find out everybody who gave to me, which is important, because I don't know, nor I bet you any of my colleagues know everybody who gives to them at all. It's just the situation that we're in. And I think it's real important that you post it and that information. And I also think it encumbers what is the goal of the Ethics Commission? I just got to ask the question.
We have a number of goals. In terms of this particular ordinance, what is our
the whole
goal?
thing, and I know, just the whole, what's the role of
Contributions?
Public Works Department is to take care of the public works of the city of Los Angeles.
Oh, the Ethics Commission serves as an oversight agency to ensure, to help ensure that government decisions are made in a fair and transparent way.
Great, and transparency is making sure people know about it. I'm just thinking too, and I'm probably of a generation that's not going to be as much before. I was 27 years before I got elected, so I worked this city districts, mayor's office, other agencies, and then I had an opportunity to run, and a lot of people supported me, which was very nice, and we posted it all and made sure it was done right. But sometimes people who want to give you the donation to help offset the cost. See, I don't want to see you're bad if you take a contribution. See, and I think this what has to be decided on how we look at it, is if it's bad. This is a great public meeting. There are microphones here, there's cameras here, the press could be in this room if they wanted to, the public is here, and so how we go forward on this. So it's just a little, and if there's a goal, see, I don't know what the other goal is to help. I was the first candidate in the city's history to receive matching funds in 1993, and that's a great program, and I support it. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we're not sinners because we go to church or go to temple or go to mosque and pray. We believe. Okay, we're not sinners because we ask for contributions, but we do that because that is the process to get elected in our government system. So I just want to make sure that you're as ethical as we're to be ethical. And I'm not talking about you personally, but the process, because you're pouted on by state laws. Earlier I talked about to take my wife somewhere that I didn't take her. And, how could that be figured out? We want to encourage people to be together in that sense of service. Mr. Park spoke earlier that he'll only go to a reception when his contribution of long city service and his history maybe offer something to that dinner, or people get to meet and see and engage. So I just took this advantage that you're sitting there.
That's quite all right. And absolutely accepting contributions toward a campaign is a legitimate activity. There are some limits in terms of how much you can accept from a particular person.
Right.
But even in terms of our public matching funds program, where candidates receive public funding, receiving private contributions is an integral part of that program.
I would just ask this, let me ask you this. Is this a complete ban of anyone who does work with the city of Los Angeles?
In terms of contributions, in terms of their personal contributions, it is, yes.
Yeah.
For a finite period of time. For a specific and finite period of time.
What if they believe in good government and you happen to be good government and they want to support good government? Could they donate to the Ethics Commission and then the Ethics Commission could use that? If they really do, if that is something. I'm just saying it's just like making everybody bad. If somebody's bad, they should be treated appropriately. But I just think there's in the movie The Candidate, Robert Redford, there's got to be a better way. And I think there's got to be a better way how we do this. I know the public dollars that we spend, I think it's unethical when an opponent says something bad about you that's not true. But that's politics. What's worse, when they use your money, the public matching fund, to come and say that they don't believe in values that you know that you believe in. But anyway, thank you for listening, and we'll continue to pursue this.
Yes, and if I might add, just to clarify, that this, the charter provisions that were adopted in March, and neither one, I should say, of these ordinances that are before you today create a legal obligation on the campaigns of candidates for city office. So it is not something that is that would require a legal change for you.
So if you're a candidate, what does it mean to you? You're the candidate. You're running for the office of the 17th Council District.
If I am a candidate,
Valley Landscaping and Paving wants to donate to you because you went to school in their neighborhood and you were a classmate of somebody and they like you, but they can't.
There is no legal prohibition on my accepting that contribution. There is a legal prohibition on them giving that contribution if they are a contractor or a bidder on a contract that triggers these restrictions.
Mr. Labange?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Alarcon?
Okay, I read this is Measure H, at least what was presented to the voters, and I believe there was a 14-page description on the ballot that I'm sure every single voter who voted for or against this measure read word for word. But when they were provided with a summary, it's I don't think the summary captures the detail of the 14 pages. So I'm wondering, what has the court held when you have extremely complicated measures on the ballot, like a 14-page ballot measure, that nobody in their right mind believes that the vast majority of people actually read? I think there are very strong legal arguments that less than 10% of the people would read 14 pages of document. So my question is, how have the courts felt about the complexity of a ballot measure in terms of the voter's ability to absorb that much information and specificity? And is that subject to challenge?
Councilmember, the primary cases that deal with interpretation of something that the voters have voted on is a question of whether the action that we're doing now or an interpretation of it is in keeping with the language that was on the ballot, and the voters are charged with knowing what was on the ballot, even if they're not reading it. Yes.
So we're responsible to know every word in the 14 pages, even though nobody really does. In fact, you had to do massive analysis after the fact to know what it did.
At the time...
At the time you knew what it was, but then you went back and did more analysis to really know what it was.
At the time that we put this measure on the ballot, we advised the council that there would be a necessity to do an implementing ordinance that works out the details, because there was no need to put those details in the charter.
Well, I'm being facetious, because I don't think anybody really believes anybody knew what they thought they were voting for was the simple description, which says, shall the charter be amended to restrict campaign contributions and fundraising by bidders on certain city contracts, required increased disclosure, blah, blah, blah. And then the description of that provision was ban bidders on contracts of $100,000 or more from contributing to and restrict fundraising for city officials, candidates, et cetera, et cetera. So there's clearly a distinction in that description between ban and restriction. The question is, what does restriction mean? So where in the 14 pages do I go to know what it says about the restriction? I know what ban means. So it's very clear to me that banning bidders on contracts of $100,000 or more, no problem. That's clear. But when you start talking about principles, is that in the 14 pages someplace?
Yes, it is.
Okay, where would I find that, for example? And where would I find the definition of restrictions? Now, each of you have a different interpretation of restrictions. And so I'm asking each of you to tell me where you got where in the 14 pages does it articulate your definition of those restrictions?
In terms of the definition of principle, it's stated on page 69 of the ballot pamphlet. It's in section subsection F. In terms of the restrictions, specifically as to fundraising, it was not defined in the charter because we knew that there was going to be a significant discussion of what that restriction should be, and we wanted to have that in
But it doesn't
ordinance.
say employee.
No.
No. So employees are not restricted?
No, employees are not restricted.
Okay. And you agree?
We do agree, and just to go even further, both the City Attorney's Office and the Ethics Commission agree on what the activities, the fundraising activities are that should be prohibited. We just differ on who the targets of those activities should be.
Okay. And where are those, like I said, where in the 14 pages that the voters read do you depart?
Well, prohibited fundraising is not defined in the charter that was voted on by the...
I'm not talking about the charter. I'm talking about what was presented to the voters in the 14 pages.
Well, that became charter provisions, and the definition of prohibited fundraising was not included in
Nevertheless, I'm not talking about the charter. I want to be as consistent with the ballot measure more than the charter, because the charter was subject to interpretation as well. I want to go back to the source. The source is the 14 pages. So what in the 14 pages, where do you depart on those interpretations? What sections of the 14 pages do you differ on?
The only difference that we have is with regard to who a bidder or subcontractor or principal can direct fundraising activity toward. So,
and what page is that on?
That's not in the 14 pages that was voted on by the public.
Well, then how do we know that's what the voters wanted?
Well, if we go back to the summary that you read, our policy interpretation of that is that it said that it was it would impose a ban on contributions and restrictions on fundraising, period. And
no, it says for contractors.
Well, yes, for contractors. And
I don't think an employee of a company is a contractor.
No, employees of the companies are not affected by this in any way.
I'm not even sure a vice president of a company is a contractor.
Well, and only...
I think an owner is a contractor.
The specific individuals who would be affected by this are specifically identified in the 14 pages. The term principal is defined there.
Okay. So you don't disagree on that?
No.
Okay. But where do you disagree on the 14 pages?
I don't think that we have a disagreement on the items that were contained in the measure
but
itself.
That's the only thing that we can base our decision on. We want to comply with what the voters decided. You have different interpretations of what the voters decided. I need to know where in the 14 pages I can look to as a frame of reference to decide whether or not which one I think is right.
Councilmember, in our view, it's also not only is it a reasonable interpretation for the voters to potentially have conceived of a broad prohibition on fundraising, but also of a legally defensible.
No, but you said it wasn't legally their position wasn't legally defensible. I mean, that's a serious situation. Now, how could I vote for something that my lawyer is telling me is not legally defensible?
Councilmember,
I know you would say the same thing. I should be asking you that question, but really, what I want to know is that the thing that should be guiding our decision here is the 14 pages. Everything in your analysis is looking at things that aren't in the 14 pages. So how are we supposed to make that kind of decision?
Mr. Alarcon, can you make that your last year? 5
I'm
minutes
only
over.
5 minutes over.
I'm only 5, I know. But you got 12 other people waiting in line.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll press my button again.
Okay, we'll come back because I'm sure we'll be doing this for a while. Mr. Weezer, Ms. Perry, Mr. Englander, Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Cardes, Mr. Parks, and Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Wesson, Mr. Rosendahl.
You're right, we are doing this for a while.
There you go.
Well, first of all, it's great that both of you are disagreeing because each time we work on these issues, whether it's campaign finance or ethics issues, I see you guys as one coming in, advising us on what to do, and here you are, despite all the time you work on issues together, you fundamentally disagree on something it's not a bad thing. I take the opposite view right now. I think it shows that you are providing us with your own opinion based upon what you see and what you think was the interpretation. Now, are you the attorney for the commission as well?
yes, I am.
You advise the commissioners about your opinion?
At the time that they were considering it, yes, we advised, and we've advised the council as well, that there were significant legal issues with imposing a broad fundraising prohibition.
And despite your advice, the commission decided to propose something else.
Yes, because the commission provides its best policy recommendations, and it falls to council to balance those with the legal considerations.
Okay. And we often make decisions on council based upon, although no one's challenging it at the time, what we think will stand up in court and be legally defensible. For example, we just last night negotiated a lease for the Methodist Church of Placido Vera, and we had to do something that if someone does challenge it, we want to be able to say this is the best legally defensible proposal we could put forward, and we go on that, although we're not quite sure if someone will challenge it or not. But I have one more specific question on this. So the burden is on the contributor to know whether or not they are a contractor, and therefore they cannot give a contribution, correct?
Yes.
That's how this stands. Now, a few years ago, we passed another charter amendment that said that lobbyists cannot contribute to council members. Who is that burden on there? Who bears the burden?
That's on lobbyists and lobbying firms, and also the
and the elected official.
Yes.
Right. So we could get fined should that happen if a lobbyist contributes to us and they're registered as a lobbyist, did lobbying activity under their guidelines. But in this instance, is different. And was that what was in the charter? Was that voted upon, or is that language we're putting in now as to who has the burden?
That is part of the language that's in the charter, and that was a policy issue that was discussed at the time that the measure was put on the ballot.
For Measure H, for
Yes.
this one. At the time, we said that's the direction we want to go. Okay, because I was hoping when we were talking about the new commissioner, some council members brought up right now about sometimes having to fix some of these rules. We're being inconsistent, and then that's why, can a commissioner contribute to us? And, they could, but we can't solicit. And it's just what we're developing out of, I think, different bodies and council members who want to put things on the ballot at different times. We're developing different sets of rules that are really not consistent with one another. And it does beg the question, shall we, should we, or is it okay to be this way? I mean, this is a larger issue.
And we would say it's okay to make a distinction here because we don't have centralized information about city contracts and city bidders. We do have centralized information that's available on our website 24 hours a day in real time about who is a lobbyist, who is a lobbying firm. Mm-hmm. So there is a way for candidates to check themselves. Nothing similar exists in the contracting world.
And in your answer to the first question posed by Mr. Garcetti, we don't have that centralized system for contractors. In your opinion, you don't think that poses a problem. So a contributor should know whether they have a contract or not. They don't need to go check. Us, we get a contract. We get a contribution. We would have to go check someplace. We don't know who this person is, or sometimes we get contributions. We don't know who these people are. But that doesn't exist. So therefore, but under an ideal world, I think we should strive to be more consistent in the rules. We heard it with the appointment of the commissioner and some comments here that, whatever we can do to go back and fix some of these rules. Mr. Labange's comments about doing things innocently and not knowing because, a layperson reading these and all that stuff, I think we should try to clarify some of this as much as we go as we go forward. So thank you.
Ms. Perry, Mr. Englander, Mr. Kikori, Mr. Koretz, Mr. Parks, Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Alarcon in that order. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much. I have read the language of both option A and option B, and for me to put this in context, I need to get opinions from both of you. Which option creates the greatest opportunity for independent expenditures to flourish?
I don't know if there's a way to gauge that, and they probably would equally create or not create that environment. I think the independent expenditures will occur regardless. They both ordinances, actually the charter already reduces the number of contributions that can be received by a campaign because it limits or bans contributions from bidders and contractors and their subs and principals. So in that regard, if lowering or if reducing the possible sources of direct contributions affects the number or amount of IEs that are made, they would both do that equally.
And then so what that does is that creates that imbalance or continues that imbalance or strengthens the hand of those who wish to go ahead and dump all their energy into an independent expenditure.
I don't think there's a distinction between the two ordinances on that front.
So basically you're saying one's not worse than the other, they're equally bad in the way that they're drafted. Well, that's my interpretation.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Right.
You know, I worked on a campaign recently where there was an enormous amount of money spent against a candidate, and the candidate won. And I've been working on campaigns for quite a long time, and the only thing that's happened with all of this reform is that independent expenditures have become much more empowered, much more pivotal in determining, in many cases, the outcome of an election, and weakened the hand of those who are running for office in an even greater sense. And I understand what the voters passed, but I don't understand the logic, the language here, and one is defensible and one isn't. And obviously we're going to have to take a vote, but I just want to say this again for the record, because I've said it for years now. All we are doing is heading down a path with a combination of term limits, is having this city run by independent expenditures. So all this rhetoric about trying to keep special interests out of an election is not reality. The reality is that campaigns are run and can be run by independent expenditures unless you are an exceptional candidate and know how to create a field operation to overcome that. And I don't think the voters realize that that's what they're voting for, because that's what this does.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Englander, followed by Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Englander will take a back seat.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Mr. Englander. Just to follow up briefly on Ms. Perry's point, just for the clarity of this debate, a person who is contracting with the city is not prohibited by either of these options or by Measure H from spending $1 million to support a city council campaign if they set up an independent expenditure committee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Likewise, a losing bidder who is disgruntled about losing the bid could spend $1 million to defeat a council member who worked against that bid. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. City council campaigns are limited to contributions of $500 per contributor. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. So I think it's clear to say that the more restrictions there are on direct contributions to campaigns, I think it's beyond debate that the more we do that, the more we put the arena of support for candidates into the independent expenditure world, which is the Wild West, completely unregulated, the absolute worst form of what everyone hates the most about special interest influence on politics. Isn't that safe to say?
We have actually some data from a recent election that confirms that. In the LAUSD elections, for the first time, the seats that were on the ballot had campaign contribution limits in place, and for the first time, they had independent expenditures that topped $1 million.
So now let me go to the specifics of this and follow up on some of the points that Mr. Alarcon made about what was before the voters. So we have a brief summary, ballot title and summary, and then we have the actual charter amendment language. And so just, I think, for clarity, because this was unclear even to me until I started really thinking it through, prohibited parties is provided for in the charter amendment language. You agree on who would be prohibited parties. You agree, because it's in the charter language that was before the voters, on what the nature of the prohibited activities are that those prohibited parties cannot engage in. That's correct. and I'll get to the next point. The difference is in defining where those prohibited activities may be directed.
Yes.
And that is not a part of the charter. That has to be part of the implementing. So really the only difference is we know that the contractor can't engage in a fundraiser at their home. The difference is who the recipients of the invitation to that. Maybe that's a poor example, but it's from whom the prohibited person is prohibited from receiving funds. That's the issue.
That's correct.
Okay. So now, City Attorney's Office indicated that there aren't very many examples of restrictions on contractor fundraising that we have to go on as precedent. We're kind of wading into not well-charted territory here. What are the consequences to the city if we're wrong? What if we put a prohibition in place and then it's challenged in court and reversed?
Councilmember, the consequences to the city are if we're challenged and our prohibition is struck down, then we would likely owe attorney's fees, and depending on how far we litigated it, would depend on how much we would end up paying out.
Okay. And then finally, I think most people who are contracting or attempting to contract with the city for contracts of more than $100,000 are likely to be advised by a lobbyist or a representative of some kind. Now, we have a prohibition in place on contributions from lobbyists. Is there anything under Measure H or current law that prohibits the contractor's lobbyist from engaging in fundraising activities?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Well, thank you for making the point, Mr. Corcoran. I think there was a lot of valid points made on that. In fact, it sounds to me that some of this really does push it behind closed doors and towards independent expenditures. And one of the things that we just had the discussion of, and we just appointed a new ethics commissioner on, and one of the things in the points that he made was that it's about disclosure. And I believe that disclosure is absolutely critical, where people have information where we can shed some sunlight into who's giving to whom and where and when immediately. That information is now electronic and web-based, searchable, there's relational databases, there's all kinds of reports that can be generated out of that. And I think that's very important, and we've come a long way. There's still a long ways to go. Some of this, however, though, it's a little bit confusing, I think, just for even in these chambers. And so I don't know how this would be perceived by the general public. It sounds, in those bidders, it sounds like there's some good movement on this. I have some concern over some of the language. It seems problematic from an enforcement and monitoring perspective in some of the language in this, particularly where it might even pertain to land use. And it was, I think Mr. Cardenas brought up, and some others, the development agreements. And we've got in here on contract solicitation, and it could be, and I know I'm going to be bringing in a few different issues and questions on this, but verbal contracts, and then it goes on to what a contract is. That's on page 2 under contract number 5, a non-regulatory permit, land use, license, or easement, or concession. And so suddenly one could view that, if you interpret that language, as a verbal agreement on a land use issue for an easement. So as an example, in layman terms, I would think that would mean if somebody owns an equestrian property, for example, in my district, where we have large equestrian lots, and they want to provide an easement to the city of LA so riders can pass through their property, and we have those come through all the time. In fact, we just granted one this week on those. And that value is well over $100,000 on that easement, because they've now either lost that value on their property because they can't build on it because of that permanent easement, or they gain that value because they now allow equestrians to pass through that property. Either way, one can view that then as, and we don't even vote on it, and it hasn't been anything submitted, but it was a verbal agreement from somebody in the planning department that we're willing to accept and offer an unsolicited bid for the easement. And all of a sudden, we've got the situation where this person or property owner who has no business with the city whatsoever, who is not a bidder for any procurement for services or otherwise, is trying to be a good neighbor, and they're now in violation ethically because of this ordinance. And that's just an example that I wanted to state, that under a verbal agreement for contract solicitation in a non-regulatory permit, land use, license, or easement, including any proprietary department. So they could actually have this conversation with not anybody in this building, but this could be a property on DWP property. And we've got a lot of that as well, particularly around the Chatsworth Nature Preserve and many other locations where those conversations are happening all the time. And so I think it's well thought out. I have questions and concerns over how far we're going on some of this language in land use particularly, because I think that needs to be cleared up a little bit so we don't get those. And this isn't meant to go after elected officials. This is meant to go after the bidders and those people. And I think in the spirit of this, it's fantastic. I mean, we need to try to shed some light and particularly more disclosure. And I think the Ethics Commission and our general manager has done a fantastic job in working with our city attorney to define some of those. But it's actually creating some other ambiguity. And perhaps this new ethics commissioner, who I called a superhuman earlier today, could help with that. I mean, he certainly seems skilled to work with some of the language, but I think some of this needs to be flushed out a little more, folks, that we're not eager to, I know there's always been hesitation as elected officials to say, no, I'm voting down any ethics laws or changes, and that would make you, God forbid you should do anything like that, and it looks bad publicly to say that you're against more laws or enforcement. It's just the opposite. I think we need to be more friendly towards the outside world and more restrictive to elected officials for disclosure, and I think that's a good thing. So I would recommend that until we can clean some of that language up, particularly on the land use parts of it, which is critical, on the verbal parts of it, on the idea that we have in here, because a verbal contract is binding, there's also under principle, we've got inviting a bidder. So I haven't seen language like that before, although I've heard it was recently introduced somewhere, not questioned on the lobbying parts of that. But we have inviting a bidder to a fundraising event, not soliciting a contribution. Inviting a bidder to a fundraising event is prohibited under this ordinance. So you can tell them, in fact, you cannot contribute. You are a CEO of United Airlines and you're coming here to LA and you want to meet the president of the LA City Council and the mayor, and you're here for one evening and you've got a bid up to LAWA. President of the council or the mayor might not even be aware of that bid in a change of landing fees, for example, and they're having a fundraiser and somebody wants to invite you to meet them and say, well, we're going to invite you to this event, this one fundraising opportunity on your calendar that will work for both of you. You can't solicit, you're a bidder. You can't even be invited to attend. You can't do that. And so I think thinking about things like that sort of have to be flushed out. And again, having disclosure is critical. But there are some concerns that I have in here that it's just not quite ready for prime time yet. So thank you.
And with that prime time question, we'll go to Mr. Koretz, then Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a concern about implementing something that we don't think will hold up under legal scrutiny, and particularly because my understanding is there are some violations that we already don't pursue, even though they're in our ordinances, because we think they won't hold up. And I can give you the most egregious example I'm aware of. There's a regulation that basically says if you're a vendor and you don't collect the money after a certain period of time, I think it's 30 days from recollection, that becomes a contribution. Well, we have an example of a candidate. In 2009, this candidate ran for the 5th District City Council against Jack Weiss, didn't pay $30,000 to a vendor who was a personal friend, part of the Giamelli family in Norman Bench, I forget which entity it was, and the committee was closed down with that $30,000 debt. Never pursued it. Person never expressed any inability to pay, nor did the vendor ever express any great desire to collect. It was not really an arm's length transaction. 4 years later, you'd think if the person was stiffed and really wanted the money, they certainly wouldn't do business with the same person that didn't pay them. 4 years later, same candidate. I happened to be in this election, so I was watching it carefully. The bus bench company gives the benches all their mail house services, advanced postage, and doesn't collect for an extended period of time. We never went after them for anything. My understanding was it was because we thought our ordinance wouldn't hold up. If that's the case, we certainly shouldn't be adding elements to this that we also think very well may not hold up, and we may not even have the guts to go after them once the thing's on the books. I agree with Mr. Englander. It looks bad for us to vote against anything that seems like it's not the toughest restriction, but if we think it's not going to hold up, we probably have no business putting it on the books. So I'd want to be very sure that we are confident that something will hold up before we add to an already unwieldy, not always enforced set of ethics laws.
And for the very first time, Mr. Herb Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This has been a very interesting discussion, debate, or what have you. And I concur with what a lot of the members said here today. Mr. Parks, I mean, the gorilla in this whole campaign business, without a doubt, is the independent expenditures. And it seems like individuals want to restrict the way that we raise money when we're not the gorillas. I mean, it makes it more difficult for us, and it makes individuals want to participate, in independent expenditures. It really does that. But with all of that said, I want to ask you a question. Why do we have to vote on this today? What is the timeline on when we have to give you instructions?
There's not an actual time element like there was with the matching funds restriction. However, I would say that there's some unclarity of how we deal with the administrative aspects, some administrative aspects of Measure H, and so as long as we don't have that on the books, we aren't able to do those parts of it. The fundraising restriction, in our view, is difficult to implement at this time without a definition that exists.
Okay, well, I don't see Richard Alarcon in the room, but I mean, there he is, I do see him. Richard's line of questioning I felt was very interesting. And if we had a 1 hour limit per member, I think that he could have taken up that hour and more. I bring that up to say that this is a very important decision, and I don't think that we can properly vet it today. I think that there have been requests made, I believe, by Mr. Englander and Mr. Parks for your commission to come back so that we can look at the total campaign contribution, ethics, to try to handle everything where it makes some sense. And usually when you jump in and you deal with one component, you might create difficulty where it relates to the other components. So members, I would suggest, I'm not saying in the debate, but this is so important, not just for us, but for those who follow us, that we should probably have a few sessions where we meet with them and hash this out. With all due respect to both, and I thought you've done the best job you could to answer our questions. Richard's question about where do you differ in the 14-page summary or analysis of this bill, and there's technically nothing actually, not one word. So anyway, I'm just suggesting that I think we could sit around here and beat this dead horse, but I think that it's better. In fact, I don't mean to tell on Mr. Parks, but I went over to chat with him. He turned at me and said, if there was ever a time I wanted to abstain, this would be that time. But we here and the council don't have the option that we had in Sacramento. If we were in Sacramento, 80 assembly people, you'd probably have 70 that decided not to vote. So what I would make a motion that we don't act on this tonight, that we make a series of, this afternoon, that we make a series of requests to the commission and the city attorney's office, and then we discuss it again.
I'll second that.
And I also think we should find out, we should get a good answer as to what is the timeline that we're actually working with. We all know that the people voted and that we're going to be required to do something, and none of us have a problem with that. But what timeline are we working against? And again, like I said, so I don't know if I need to do that in a motion form, and if there would be a way that you could come back with answers on this subject that would be incorporated to the request made by Mr. Englander and Mr. Parks and I think a few others, where it relates to the total overall tweaks to this. So that's my motion. If anybody thinks it makes sense, I'd ask for a second.
Well, it's been seconded by Mr. Rosendahl and Mr. Englander. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Parks.
I move the question.
Mr. Parks moves the question. We still have Mr. Garcetti, Cardenas, Alarcon, and Englander.
Vote on the question.
Mr. Garcetti objects, so we're going to have to vote. So a vote on closing the discussion. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 3 noes.
Mr. Garcetti, it passes.
Mr. President, before you now is Councilmember Wesson's motion to...
Point of order, Mr. Garcetti.
Found debate before there's even a date as to when it was continued, et cetera. Like we have to have, and we are prohibited from even discussing that or making those motions. So I would move, I wasn't going to give a long speech. I was going to move forward with some productive suggestions as well. But since we shut down debate, we can't even move forward with the motion right now. So we're kind of stuck in a parliamentary limbo right now.
We do have another public speaker who was not here. We called her name, but she is here now. If you want to come forward and get your 2 minutes. Mr. Wesson.
I see where the president is coming from. But the request was made of the members that are testifying before us today to come back and give us a timeline as to how long we had to deal with this issue. So I would think the more appropriate action would be to refer this to rules, and in rules we would then come up with what the appropriate timeline is, and that we could incorporate it with the other motion. So that's the way I would recommend that we proceed.
So Mr. Wesson does have a motion on the floor, but we still have let's get that public speaker. Ma'am, if you want to give your comments. We did call you earlier. You weren't here. You did arrive, so go ahead.
Sorry about that. I'm the LA organizer with California Common Cause, Anjali Kronheim. I'm not sure how helpful these comments are going to be given the hour-long discussion you've had on this, but we completely support option B. We agree that the City Ethics Commission, they said that this actually reflects voters' intent. When I was campaigning on this part of Measure H was presented as a fundraising ban. People were excited about it, volunteers were excited about it, and our broad coalition was really excited about it. So I don't know how helpful that is, given the discussion you've had today, but we would be in support of option B. Thanks.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, say that again, please. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. It's okay. Remove Mr. Rosendahl from the queue. Second point of order, Mr. Garcetti.
Just to help people out of this, the only way out of this is actually to suspend the rules to be able to, which reopens debate, but enough to at least be able to clarify what the motion is. We can't even do that until we aren't supposed to. Even the speech that was just given a second ago, with all due respect, it was. No, this is a point of order. You can still do points of order after debate has been closed, but I can't say a single substantive thing about ways forward, where it should be referred, all that sort of stuff, or even what the continuation date
Because
is.
if you do, Mr. Garcia, you'll be out of order.
So I would move to suspend the rules.
All right. So now we're going to vote on suspending the rules.
Pardon me, Mr. President, is that would first take a seconder to do that. Very good.
All right. So open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 2 noes.
All right. So the rules are suspended. Mr. Garcetti.
I will refrain from giving, because I think the intention of the body was to cut off debate, I will refrain from giving any substantive speech. I believe Mr. Wesson needs to continue to a specific date, and that we should put that forward. I also just want to underline what was said, is that there are elements that are in place by virtue of this already passing, and we need a mechanism for, you cannot change that. You could have changed that before we put that on the ballot, before it went to the voters, but it has passed. And the time to say something and to have done that homework has passed as well. We do need a mechanism for the mechanics of this, or else we are exposed in all sorts of ways. I'll leave it at that.
So, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Wesson.
Yeah, the motion at this juncture is to send it to the Rules Committee.
To have it sorted out.
And the Rules Committee will determine timelines and all of that, and then send it back quickly to the council.
And answer the questions that have been raised. Okay. All right. So with that, colleagues, Mr. Cardenas, you have a question? No? Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Very well. So it's going to go back to rules, and ethics and City Attorney's Office can continue with that. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk. Next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us back to item 28 and 29.
Were those closed session items?
Council may recess to closed session if Councilmember Parks still wishes to do so.
Mr. Parks, 28, 29, sir. Your pleasure.
We should go in closed session to be briefed on the cases and then come back and approve the transfer of funds.
28, 29, we're going to go into closed session, so please clear the chambers. And the City Attorney will give the information.
Pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9, Council will be going into closed session to confer with its legal counsel regarding the following pending litigation matters. Item 28, Marvin Brent versus City of Los Angeles, case number BC 434486 and related cases. Item 29, Lee versus City of Los Angeles, case number 336783, and Harrigan versus City of Los Angeles, case number BC 459229.
All right, thank you. So we are going to go into closed session, so we'll clear the chamber, Sergeant at Arms, and we're going to go off camera. We will resume after closed session.
shiny and whimsical. Mylar balloons can really perk up a party. They look innocent, but can be dangerous. The law requires that helium-filled metallic balloons be sold with weights. This silvery coating is a conductor. The balloons can float into power lines where they can arc, shorting transformers, knocking lines down, causing power outages, or spark a power surge that can destroy home electronics. Last year in the state, Mylar balloons caused more than 600 blackouts. The TV you save could be your own.
You think it can't happen to someone like you? Are you crazy? It could happen to anyone.
Knowing can save your life, or the life of someone you love.
Hey, it's free. It's painless and easy. Don't be scared. Just get tested.
Know for sure. Get an HIV test now.
Police are investigating a series of bizarre and disturbing attacks that have left children in cities from coast to coast injured and fearing for their safety. As Global's Annika Bauer tells us, the young victims were targeted simply because of the color of their hair.
They better and well. We begin with an Eyewitness News exclusive disturbing video of a gay man being beaten in Queens.
The individual was attacked simply for his orientation, and we're just not going to tolerate it.
The word hate is just unexcusable. It's a word that shouldn't be used, and to hate somebody for the color of their skin is just not right.
It creates fear among all of the community members.
I think it's wrong how people discriminate against others just because of the way they prefer people, as in gays or just their skin color. It's wrong, and something needs to be done. A hate crime is any criminal act directed against a person based on the victim's actual or perceived nationality, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender, and especially race. Examples of hate crimes include acts which result in injury even if the injury is slight, threats of violence that look like they can be carried out, acts which result in property damage, any criminal act or attempted criminal act, including property damage directed against public or private agencies.
The suspect can spend up to 1 year in jail, and if it's a felony, it could either be between 2 and 4 years for a prison sentence.
If you believe a hate crime has occurred or will occur, you are very much encouraged to contact the Los Angeles Police Department or the We Tip hotline. Public cooperation is often essential in solving hate crimes. We Tip hotline, 909-987-5005.
What's up, Bato? Where you from? Hey, what's up, Johnny? What's up? Hey, come here. Man, don't be a girl, dog. Come on. Hey, I know Brett, right? I'm Brett, right? Come on. Come on, man. Forget it. I'm going to school.
For those who've been patiently waiting for about an hour for Personnel Committee meeting to commence, that it'll take place 10 minutes after the conclusion of this council meeting.
Okay, thank you. We had two items that were briefings in closed session. Either of those would we like to discuss further? Any of those items in the open session? Item 29 is before us now. Okay, so if there's no question on 29, we can take up 28. Okay, if there's no question on 28, okay. All right, we'll go ahead, and there's no action we need to announce. There's no action taken, so we don't need to announce anything in public session on those. Okay.
Correct. In closed session, there was no action. However, those matters, as agendized, the recommendations from the Budget and Finance Committee are both still before the body.
Okay. Let's take votes on the recommendations then from the Budget and Finance Committee. Please open the roll. Sure. On 28 and 29 together, please. Please open the roll on 28 and 29. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay. Those are approved. Next order of business, please.
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Okay, those are posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
All right. Any announcements, colleagues? Mr. Labange.
This Sunday in Grove, we'll have our annual Sister City Culture Day, where we'll have dance and music from a variety of our sister cities. It's from 1 to 4 in the afternoon, and every 1 to 5, it's free. Come to the Grove at 3rd and Fairfax, the original Farmers Market for Cultural Day, Sister City. Thank you.
Mr. Parks.
Yes, just want to advise the public, the LA Housing Department is continuing their rent escrow billing workshop. The next meeting is August the 18th. These meetings will be held at the Ron Deaton Civic Auditorium at the LA Police Administration Building at 100 West 1st Street. And also would like to announce that one other meeting. I think that's it for today. Thank you.
Anybody else for announcements? Do we have any adjourning motions? If I can ask everybody in council chambers to please rise for our adjourning motions at this time. Mr. Weezer, if I can ask you to rise as well. And with that, Mr. Koretz had one, and then Mr. Labange and Mr. Wesson. Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Mr. President. Jason Campbell was born in Minneapolis and passed away at the young age of 35 on Saturday, August 8th, in Abuja, Nigeria, where he was working as the country's program director for the Solidarity Center. Jason ran the Solidarity Center's West Africa programs in Nigeria and Liberia for 2 years, helping local unions organize new members and improve health and safety programs. He left Los Angeles recently, where he had led and mobilized healthcare workers through contract negotiations, contract enforcement, and political activities as an organizer for the newly formed National Union of Healthcare Workers. Prior to joining that organization, he was the staff director for United Healthcare Workers West, which is an affiliate of SEIU. Jason earned his master's degree from Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government, graduated with the highest honors from Gustavus Adolphus College in Minnesota, where he was president of Pi Sigma Alpha, the political science honors society there. He could have taken a job anywhere, but just like many idealistic young Americans, he chose to serve the underserved and underrepresented. At a very young age, Jason had already had a storied career working with labor organizations, with the federal government's Office of Government Accountability, and in the 2 years he spent in the Ukraine working for the Peace Corps. He will be greatly missed by friends and family, but perhaps most by his fiancée, Stephanie, whom he was to marry later this year.
Thank you. Mr. Wesson?
Oh, thank you, Mr. President and members. Today I rise to request we adjourn in the memory of Jose Luis Ferran, who was the father of our own Ivania, who works in the CLA's office. He passed away August 3rd in Miami. He was 81 years old. He was born in Cuba in 1930, immigrated to Spain, and from Spain came to Los Angeles in the 1960s. He worked at a Tootsie Roll factory in Culver City, where he met his wife, Susie, and they married in 1973. He later left Tootsie Roll, went to work for the Los Angeles airport for Delta Airlines. He retired after 30 years. He and his wife loved the ocean, the tropical weather. They moved back to Miami and enjoyed many years together. He will be greatly missed by his sons, Jorge, Ruben, his daughters, Rihanna and Ivania, and now he will be reunited with the love of his life, his wife, Susie.
Thank you. Mr. Parks, do you?
I'd ask that we adjourn in memory of Charlie Gittens, who in 1956 became the first black Secret Service agent in the United States. He died July 27 at an assisted living facility in Maryland and died of a heart attack at the age of 82. Mr. Gittens was initially assigned to Secret Service in Charlotte. He worked the New York office, investigated counterfeiting and bank fraud. He protected presidents and assigned to the Washington, D.C. office in '69, where he supervised over 120 agents. He retired in '79 and worked in the Department of Justice, where he investigated war criminals who were living in the United States. He was born in 1928 in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and served in the Army during Korea. He earned his bachelor's degree in what is now North Carolina Central University, and he received began teaching at his high school in North Carolina before taking the exam. He's survived by a host of family members. Mr. Gittens was a trailblazer in law enforcement. Having followed his career through much of mine, he's the person that really was able to break down many doors in Secret Service that allowed minorities and females to become part of these major presidential details, and later to become one of their supervising agents was remarkable during that era.
All members.
Thank you. We'll put all members on that. Colleagues, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Captain Select Kurt William Youngling, member of the United States Navy, who's just 46 years old, from Ashburn, Virginia, who died taking his own life after coming back from a second tour of duty in which he experienced the trauma of an explosion, a roadside bomb that affected him and people near him, and suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. We him as a battlefield casualty, but as a great man as well, somebody who was born in 1965 to a family, a great Navy family. He went to Naval Academy Prep School in Newport, Rhode Island, and graduated from the Naval Academy in 1988. He was a surface warfare officer and later transitioned into the community that I work in, the naval intelligence community. And I came across him a couple times in my career, and he was a great, committed citizen sailor. He had just been selected for captain, which is the equivalent of colonel in other forces for the fiscal year 12 promotion list. He was in Iraq for a second tour and was presented then with a Bronze Star by then Commanding General Ray Odierno, who's recently confirmed as the Chief of Staff in the United States Army. He was being treated when he lost his life at the Bethesda Naval Hospital for PTSD
traumatic brain injury following a roadside bomb blast last year in Iraq. All the mental and physical therapy plus medication was not enough to erase the pain and memories, but prior to this tragic event, he had a reserve command similar to the one that I serve in, was selected on the last list to promote to 06. Admiral Bill Studeman mentioned in Kurt's passing, I can only imagine the great pain for the family. Our greatest possible sympathies and condolences go out to his family, Anita, Jennifer, and the kids. He was a great man, a great Navy officer, a combat casualty. May he rest in peace. Mr. LaBonge.
Yeah, members, I ask we adjourn in memory of Leon Waxman, who was the concessionaire for many, many years at Penmar Golf Course. He lived to be the great age of 101, and as his family said, it was a life well lived, survived by his sons Ivan and Ralph and his daughter Sharon. And next, I'd like to ask you to adjourn in memory of a friend of mine for many, many years. She grew up in our neighborhood, Annette Cardona. She played Cha-Cha in the movie Grease. She went to Doris Place, Irving Middle School, John Marshall High. She later got her master's degree at New York University for clinical psychology. She was extremely involved in our district with many, many efforts in promoting good things. When my wife had cancer, she was there at all the cancer walks as the Grand Marshal. She was 63 years old, and it was a 6-week battle. And I remember the first day she went into the hospital just here in June. I went to visit her, yet rapidly the cancer, and she wasn't a smoker, overcome her lungs. She was loved by everybody. All the dancers in the world loved her. She was a great teacher. She was loved by our high school, John Marshall, and she will be sorely missed. She taught at Northridge in speech as a speech coach for many years. So I ask we adjourn Annette Cardona, who survived by her husband Rob, her mother Mary, who was the first draftswoman at DWP, who still goes to church every day in Elysian Valley, a great spirited person, and her daughter Benita as well. Annette Cardona, a great actress, a great woman, and a great friend of mine, and my wife Bridget.
Thank you very much, Mr. LaBonge. Any other adjourning motions? If not, Mr. Clerk, if you please call the roll. And our last session before the 2-week recess will be on Friday, August 19th. It'll be another long meeting. Thank you, colleagues, for this week and last week. And this meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is hereby adjourned.